Ugh. Let me catch up on the chat here real quick. Let's see here. Toxic Truth wants to know, how are we today? I can't answer for we, but I can answer for me. I'm all right. Although I am regretting staying up eating copious amounts of buffalo wings until about 3 o'clock in the morning. So that probably wasn't my best choice. I think I had about 4 pounds of wings. And I probably shouldn't have stayed up till 3 a.m. anyway. But I definitely shouldn't have stayed up eating spicy food until then. As far as how you're doing, or anyone else, I can't say. Hopefully, we are good. But we is up. We, me, is all right. Collective we, I don't know. Hopefully good. Does anyone know if the dumbbell is in rounds where they increase the weight each round, or is it like ASC where they have a time limit to do whatever dumbbell they want? Um, to the same weight rather than what? I gotta figure out what is being asked here. Does anyone know if the dumbbell's in rounds where they do increase weight each round, or is it like ASC where they have a time limit to do whatever dumbbell? That would be much better. I don't think they increase weight of dumbbell. Okay. Well, here, while you guys are arguing, this is not been updated for the day. That's great. They haven't. Maybe they have officially said. I don't think so, but I believe yes, it increases. I mean, I don't really understand what you guys are asking. To be honest, um, yeah, I don't really understand. The weight does increase. I mean, it is a max dumbbell. What are like what alternatives are you asking about in terms of how they increase the weight? Like, are you asking like does everybody have to do every uh so like let's just say it's a 5 pound dumbbell or a 2 kilogram dumbbell. Are you asking like if the entire field has to do two before anyone goes up to reward to 4 kilograms or 10 pounds? Does the entire field have to go or can they selectively choose? I will make this attempt, skipping weights if they want to, but only get credit for the weight that they pressed. To be honest, I'm not. I guess it doesn't really matter what you're asking because I don't know because I don't think they've said how they're going to do it. But it is a max dumbbell. They're going to start smaller. They're going to work their way to whatever they have to work their way to. So they haven't. I don't think they've said exactly what they're going to do, but they rarely do. Uh, they rarely tell us. A lot of times they'll tell the athletes. They rarely tell us fans anything in advance for any of the competitions, but especially WSM. Again, it goes back to what I lobby for all the time, year after year, month over month, event over event. We need more transparency in the sport. We really do. Um, I feel personally like there's way too much hushed info, and I think it's hard to really to grow that way. I think it's hard to have people to feel like the sport is authentic. Um, You must have transparency. I believe it is vital for the health of a sport. Uh, Tom Stoltman winner? Could be. Um, could be. So before I did my little spreadsheet guy yesterday, which we can take a look at now, I think it's uh, I think my spreadsheet thing looks pretty ridiculous because of Brian Shaw's performance, um, really in the Fingal's fingers. That was really his downfall. Something I thought he would get the win in, and then managed to only sixth. That's a lot of points he lost there. So based on that, my spreadsheet um, little prediction thing that I did where I went round by round by round, all 10 events, all or all 10 events, all 6 events, all 10 athletes. It does not look very appropriate now. Getting rid of the spreadsheet and looking at the standings and everything, now it looks a whole lot closer to where I thought we were going to be. The one thing that my spreadsheet has more accurate than what my gut instinct was going into the week was Pavlo Kordiaka. I had Pavlo in my top 5. I really thought he could be on the podium. I basically thought it was going to be either Tom Stoltman or Pavlo in that bronze medal position. And and when I did my spreadsheet, I actually had Pavlo in 7th place, which is exactly where he's at now. But then we've got all that Pavlo drama, right? What about the shield carry and everything there? Um, so it's interesting. But then I also think that, as I also say, in addition to transparency in the sport, I say the same thing yesterday, and I will repeat it today. There are so many of these guys who are so close in several of these events in this final that we could see the leaderboard right now. You've got 1 point separating the top 3 guys. Mitchell Hooper, half a point over Novikov, half a point over Tom Stoltman, and then Trey Mitchell is only a point and a half behind there. But we've got 1 point separating the podium right now, 3 positions. And then there are so many of these guys who are close. We could see the leaderboard up and down, jostle around today. We could see a couple guys maybe bring themselves up. Again, the top guys have really seemed to have separated themselves from the pack. But guys like Singleton, Shaw, Kordiaka, they're not eliminated, and they're definitely not eliminated from the podium. They're not even eliminated from victory. It just they've got so much work to do, and they don't just need to do well. They need the top guys to fumble. So they need good performances and luck, but they're still there. But right now, you basically have 4 guys who have put the gauntlet down and went into a commanding position in the day 2. But a lot of these events should be close. I don't think we're going to see anyone run away with things. And it should be a really fun day of spreadsheet watching. I'll return. I have some doggy daddy duties. Talk amongst yourselves. Again, let's get confrontational, people. Start insulting one another and don't be so nice. I want to come back and, basically be the surprise guest referee in my black and white shirt that I've cut the sleeves off on and have to break you guys up before I give one of you like some sweet chin music or something. So enjoy. Things are a bit chaotic here on Sundays, guys. Um, I'm going to go ahead and catch up on the chat, and I'll share a few things while we wait. I guess I should also check over here real quick, just in case something is there. And then I should also do something else. Well, we can kind of see over there, actually. Uh, anyway, I need to catch up on the chat here real quick. Hold on. What's it here? According to I bet you guys don't even brush your teeth before going to sleep. That's right. What are you gonna do about it? Oh, okay. There's the fight going on. Okay, well, at least a couple of you cooperated. So which one am I gonna kick in the face? That's the question. Because I have to kick someone in the face. Will it be a heel turn or a face turn? I don't know. I'm kind of a tweener, so I could go either way. Maybe I'll kick you both in the face, Stone Cold style. Like, not that he kicks people in the face, but he's gonna give the stunner to everyone. Maybe I'll kick you both in the face, and then walk out with the belt, and then go kick Evan in the face in the back. Back to the second. Okay. Uh. I think I streamed one time. Uh. Other than last, I think maybe I didn't. I thought I streamed once between last year and now, just once, but maybe I did zero. I know I popped into a couple chats and mixed it up with some of the people who were watching some events, like at Rogue and things of that nature. But as you guys know, I had a pretty tumultuous year. That's a good word, isn't it? Um, I would like to start focusing regular. And that's actually the perfect segue for this. Sure. Hello. Hello, Carol. Uh, so I think I have a terrible beard, but I will take the praise. Uh, as a matter of fact, I'm often asked, "Hey, Jace, what is your favorite trait in a woman?" And I always answer that question the same way: bad taste. That's my favorite trait in a woman. I've also been asked, "Jace, what is the hottest, sexiest thing that a woman could tell you?" And I think about it and I go, "Baby, I'm gonna cook for you so hard." That's that's hot. That's sexy. Anyway, uh, let's see here. Try rolling out the banana and fail miserably. Okay, so speaking of how often I stream or how often I don't stream, I think we are going to give you guys some new content. But as some of you guys have seen from the set design that I did last year, I put a lot more effort into it than I did this year and other things. Um, but I think I'm reasonably clever. I think I'm reasonably entertaining. And I've got good design skills. So, in addition to giving you guys a lot more content, which we're going to look at Strongman Archive and we're going to do at least I think we're going to pick out at least one competition a month to sort of follow along live with, similar in our fantastic spreadsheet style. Uh, um, and and I'm going to do videos about athletes, athlete bios, athletes' histories, predictions on how I think they'll do in the year and events coming up, all kinds of stuff like that. Again, we'll do our little uh, tiers and things of that nature I shared with you and T yesterday. But even though I'm not looking to make money from the stream, I thought maybe occasionally I'll design shirts for myself to wear at the gym. I do that every once in a while, just for the fun of it. But maybe that's something I can do. Is we can have like a Patreon channel or something like that, and if it grows, I give away a few shirts for free to members, or I'll make it so that you guys can pick up shirts if you want to. I won't hound you. I won't pester you to do it or anything of that nature, but I might show my designs off, and if you guys want to grab them, you can. Uh, that's my thought pattern as of now. So I'm gonna check something real quickly. Like over here. Let's actually share this one so that you guys aren't watching me wander around here. The Max Dumbbell is taking part on the land stage. Vehicle on the street, and the Atlas stones on the sand. So I'm not 100% sure what I'm seeing on that Earth cam, but I guess it's not that. So I'm still going to look for some signs of it here. The problem is it's so tiny it's hard to see anything. I noticed on the World's Strongest Man, it had 0 points for everybody. It said 0 stones on the dumbbell, first of all, for Mitchell Hooper. I'm doubting he did 0. I'm not. It wouldn't surprise me that it says stones, even if they say dumbbell, because they mislabel stuff all the time. But I'm not sure what was up with that. They did change it from reps to meters, which is sort of disappointing. I wish they would have left it. I wish it would have said reps all year long, and they would have kept it that way until 2024. Maybe the day before competition 2024 to change it. That would seem decidedly WSM. I don't know what I'm looking at on the sand here. I get my little cursor working over here. I can't really tell what's going on here. And I don't know if this is World's Strongest Man stuff or they're setting up for something else there. What the crowd is watching. I can't really tell what's going on here. Maybe they're setting the. I bet I know what it is. I bet they're setting the set up for the Atlas stones later. I bet that's what they're doing. They're setting the setup for the Atlas stones. That makes sense, right? Sunday morning chaos continues. I think the dogs went in again. Hold on. In here. Are you coming through or not? No. So before eating 4 pounds of wings at 3 o'clock in the morning, I did sneak over to the gym for a 1 a.m. workout, and I was not doing very well. I worked out incredibly light, and I think I was only there for about 40 minutes. I was kind of doing more of like a circuit style workout, sprinting myself from machine to machine to machine. Uh, Everything upper body, and again, everything was light, and gosh, everything was painful and stiff. Um, it was crazy how hard and heavy everything felt, in spite of me having not lifted that light in probably 20 years. It was weird. Technically, the event should be going on now, but that doesn't mean anything. I've learned not to worry about technically when it comes to World's Strongest Man. Let me look at the Twitter and Facebook machines and stuff real quick and see what I can find there. Nothing on Twitter. If I look at their Facebook page, waking up on World's Strongest Man 2023, Champion Sunday, and your 60th birthday. Like, okay, so apparently it's Magnus's 60th birthday, so happy birthday, Magnus. Um, and they don't really have anything either. So the event should be going on right now, the first event. So, but who's to say whether it is or not? We're just gonna have to be patient. That's the game when you're a strongman spreadsheet nerd. You just gotta wait. Unless you got eyes on the ground like we had yesterday who want to come tell us surprise things. All right. Two separate questions. Two separate questions for everyone. You can have the same answer. That's allowed, but understand that it is two separate questions. I want you to tell me in the chat, as of right now, who do you want to win? Who do you think will win? For some of you, again, the answer might be the same, but understand it is two separate questions. There is and can be a difference. There can't, or I should say, there can and is a difference between who do you want, what do you think. But that's what I want to know. Who do you guys think will win as of right now? Who do you guys want to win? Answer in the chat so that me and everyone else can point and make fun of you. And then you can point at them and make fun of them. It's all cyclical. None of us can respect each other's opinions or anything like that. Again, this is the internet. We know better than that. On the internet, everyone has their own right opinion, and everyone else has opinions deserving of mockery. So you have to say what order those are in, Bradley. I'm assuming, and this gets you in trouble, right? I'm assuming Brian Shaw is your want to win, Mitchell Hooper is your think will win, but maybe that's a really shocking thing there, and it's the reverse of that. I don't know. But it does help to elaborate. Well, that's kind of cool. Hulk. I really hate this whole mirrored setup. Everything, everywhere you point on a camera is so wrong. Hulk does not appear to be messing up my green screen, and you can actually see Hulk. That's kind of cool. I did not expect that. I'm going to give you guys a very Jace like answer and say that I hope Evan Singleton wins. I think Mitchell Hooper will win. Um, but really, I think it's going to come down to Hooper, Mitchell Hooper, or Alexei Novikov. And that's kind of what I thought going into the week. I'm still there. I do think the Atlas Stones may be unfriendly to both of them. And Alexei's Atlas Stones are really, really weird. He's definitely not elite, but sometimes he turns in really good performances on the Atlas Stones. And other times he turns in decidedly poor performances on the Atlas Stones. Alexei's Atlas Stones are kind of all over the place. You don't ever know what you're going to get with him. One day he might look as good as Martins Licis at Atlas Stones. The next day he might look as bad as Bobby Thompson at Atlas Stones. You just don't know what you're going to get with Alexei. And Mitchell Hooper, he's gotten a lot better at them. I'd say he's now good, but I wouldn't say that he's great or anything. I think the biggest thing for Mitchell Hooper is he's still trying to gain experience. Give him another year of experience doing Atlas Stones, and he might be in that great to elite crop. But right now, I would say he's good. Um, but anyway, those are my two picks, but they could both experience troubles late. Don't know what Mitchell's going to do in the bus pool. He and Laws seem confident, say he's improved a lot. Certainly didn't look all that great at it when he first started. But there's a lot of things that could happen. Ray should be really good at pulling just about anything. I might have, I might not have. It depends on what we're considering recent or video series or whatever. I watch a lot of Martin's content. Well, I watch a lot of everyone's strongman content, so um, probably. But that doesn't mean I see it all either. I've remarked on this a couple of times. He's done well in pool events. Obviously, depends upon what kind of distance we're talking about, right? But if you look at general stamina, I'll say the same thing about Trey Mitchell's stamina that I said about his speed yesterday. I don't think we give that big boy enough credit for the athlete that he is. We look at his body type and him and his static strength and other things, and we pencil him in as sort of a classic strongman, a throwback to the old days. We look at him and we kind of stereotype him, but he has done really well on both speed and endurance events. Um, I think he's in general. I think he's just a much better athlete than we give him credit for. Now, they'll all do the Atlas stones unless they have to withdraw due to injury or something like that. Basically, the way it works almost every single time is once we get to the Atlas stones, it'll be in reverse point order, and so the 10th place guy and the ninth place guy will go heads up with the stones at the same time. Seventh and eighth will go heads up at the same time. Sixth and fifth will go heads up at the same time. Fourth and third will go heads up at the same time, and second and first place will go heads up at the same time. I would expect our first numbers to be trickling in right around now. I'll check the other site. Sometimes they come in at different rates. Doesn't look like it. But any moment now, I would expect our first numbers to be popping in here. Need to refresh, but again, I do every once in a while. These sites don't always work the way they say they will. Okay, we'll leave it right about there. Well, I will say this in both the qualifier and so far in the finals, there have been a lot of things that happened exactly like I thought, like I could not have had any better predictions. And there have been other things that are vastly different than I would have expected. Um, that happened last year. It happens every year. It happens in about every contest. There are always surprises, both up and down. Good and bad. It's it's one of the reasons we like sports in general. I think But this sport always seems to have more of them than normal, and I like it. A lot of people hate when their predictions are upset or shaken or something because people don't like to be wrong, right? I kind of find it exciting. I like when things don't go as expected. I guess when you're right, it makes you look like some kind of authority on the topic. Oh, this guy knows what he's talking about. But it's really not much more than a hypothesis, an educated guess, knowing enough to kind of control your own luck. Getting lucky with your guesses more than the guy next to you because you know slightly more, but still none of us really know what we're talking about because the guys have to go out there and do it. And we don't know what injuries may be nagging them. We don't know what's going on in their personal life. We don't know. We could give you a long list of things that we don't know and a small list of things that we do know. Um, it's just fun to watch and find out. It's kind of weird. This year, well, I'll stick with the same answer I've had all along, basically, Mitchell Hooper, ignoring my spreadsheet, which is what I was getting ready to put up there again in a minute. I was going to refer to that spreadsheet. The spreadsheet's really weird because it came as a surprise to me when I did the thought experiment and I got brave, right? And I walked through all 6 events with all 10 athletes and gave predictions like that, which no one does. And it came out way different than I thought. I'm saying Mitchell Hooper, but I'm not confident. I do think it is him or Novikov. But anyway, I'm going to bring up my spreadsheet here in just a second because Brian Shaw, if you guys watched my video, I was absolutely shocked that he came out on top. It doesn't look like that's going to happen. I had Brian Shaw before any of this happening, before I did my little thought experience. I thought Brian Shaw would be out of the top 5, and I had him in the 6th place position. That's what I was thinking. Then I made the mistake of doing like that mock draft, assigning everybody points through there, and Brian Shaw totally threw off my predictions and lists. So now he's at the top, which is blowing that video up, making that look ridiculous, which I thought it would anyway, and I said it in the video. But in the video, as of right now, where I thought they'd wind up, on the bottom, I had Schoonwinkle, Rag, Stoltman, and Kordiaka. That's where they're at. You swap the positions of Luke Stoltman and Matthew Rag, but the bottom 4 there. The top the top guys, if you put Brian Shaw where I thought, that's basically there, except Evan would still be one position up on him. But Brian Shaw, I thought, was going to be the toughest to predict for all of the reasons that we would think Brian would be tough to predict anyway. The age, the infection, so on and so forth. But again, super amazing events for him. So if you want to keep faith alive, and if you want to think in destiny and a good story, I was like, well, these could be the events to make it happen. Um, but I told you guys originally, Brian Shaw was not in my top 5. I had him finishing right there in the 6th, 7th position, probably around 6. And that's probably where I think he finishes today, probably 6th. And probably a win for either Mitchell Hooper or Alexei Novikov, and I'm riding the Mitchell Hooper train. I will not change my answer unless he is mathematically eliminate it from first by the time we get to the Atlas stones, which I don't expect him to be. So even if he falters, even if things change, I will stick with my answer. Mitchell Hooper. Really need a tagline if I'm going to be creating a bunch of videos. Seems like everyone has a tagline, right? And Jace loves strength, but it isn't all about strength of butt. So I'm thinking about something like strong in body, mind, and character. I don't know, I've got to give it some thought. But we have to have a tagline. Well, Jace would not swing a maze, but Jace has done some weapon wielding because I'm a longtime martial artist. Although, again, like many of the things, there's a running theme. I don't do that anymore. 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 But back when I was doing that, I did a lot of stuff with the bow, aka the staff, and I chose that because out of all of the weapons, it seemed the most practical to me to actually. You could find a stick or a pipe or something laying around if you got attacked on the streets. So I chose it for practicality purposes. Um, I used like, and we'd have various weapons in the gym, the dojo, and so I'd play with some other things. But the only thing I really spent any significant time with was the bow. Going into the start of the week, and all of my guys basically were there, my top five. Um, but then when we got to the finals, I really thought realistically, I thought someone could give you without making stuff up, and their only reason being I'm a fan and I want this guy to win. I don't think I'm a fan and I want someone to win is an argument. But I thought a person could make a realistic, logical argument in favor of Mitchell Hooper to win the whole dang thing, Alexei Novikov to win the whole dang thing, Tom Stoltman to win the whole dang thing, Trey Mitchell to win the whole dang thing, Pavlo Kordiaka to win the whole dang thing, Brian Shaw to win the whole dang thing, Evan Singleton. I wouldn't necessarily say to necessarily win the whole dang thing, but I thought there was a possibility, and certainly Evan Singleton, you could make an argument that he'd hit that podium. And so I thought you could make an argument that 6 of those guys that I just named for you had a shot at being your 2023 World's Strongest Man. And 7 of the guys had a realistic shot of being on the podium. I cannot remember the last time, if ever, I thought that many guys had a legitimate, arguable, logical chance of being your world champion. And guys, that's just amazing to for a guy like me that loves competition to see something like that. Unfortunately for Pavlo and Pavlo fans, mostly for Pavlo himself, as of right now, um, my prediction. It depends which prediction you're meaning. Um, I had him in mind. It, just what does Jace think? I had him in my top five, either in third or fourth place, more than likely. Um, so if you go with that, he's not holding up. When I assigned points and went through the event by event by event, then I said that he would be in seventh place, which is where he's at now. So it kind of depends on if you just go with my gut instinct. My gut instinct, no, he's not where I thought he was. If you go with where I thought the points might wind up, then so far right now, yes. But it I feel like it's almost impossible to talk about Pavlo right now without getting everybody stirred up because of what happened yesterday. So it's tough. A good word. If Novikov wins next year, will be epic with him and Tom both with two World Strongman titles, and Hopper coming even better. If Tom wins, he becomes the mega boss with 3 wins in a row. Um, and we'll check in our sand, and it appears that my guess was correct. That's what they were doing. They were setting up the. This was all about setting the stage up for the Atlas Stones. And you can definitely tell now, looking at it, it looks much more like just that. So that was my guess. Looks like that was right. Now, I'm not seeing enough there. Now, we can't see. Some of our view is hampered. They still might be working on it. Maybe there's double width there, but it almost looks like they don't have it set up for them to go two at a time heads up like they usually do. So either they're still working on it or it's hard to tell because our visuals are terrible. But I can safely tell by looking at that cam now that that's what they were doing. They were setting the stage for the Atlas Stones later, which is kind of cool because even with a horrible view, it means we can watch kind of, sort of, the Atlas Stones later. So we'll get to end the 2023 World's Strongest Man by getting to watch a little something. I'm not going to look more closely. I'll let you do it for me. Old and tired. Dun, dun, dun. Where are the first results? Come on. I want numbers on the screen. We are an hour in now from when they told us they were going to start, so they should have something. Oh, while we're sitting here, I don't know how many of you are subscribed to the channel, but any of you who are not currently subscribed to the channel, no lift for Yako Skoonwinko. So I had predicted Yako to finish dead last, even though he had a great qualifier. Um, and with a no lift there, being at the bottom already through three, I know there's a couple South Africans here cheering on their countrymen. It looks like you're going to have to put hopes on Yako in future years. Um, my last place prediction for him is looking pretty accurate, unfortunately. Um, now I done forgot. I was doing the whole subscription thing. So for those of you who have been with me more than one day this week, you see the long hours I put in. You see how I go out there and fetch information when we're hunting for it. I'm looking at weather broadcasts and hunting down cameras to share and doing all this stuff for you guys. It's all for you. You could show a little bit of loyalty and dedication by clicking on that subscribe button. Ring that bell, as they say. Blah, 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 blah. But seriously, do it if you haven't. I feel a bit bad for Yako right now. I'm sitting here saying, give us some numbers, give us some numbers. We want some numbers. Um, it's kind of sad that the first quote unquote number we get is no number, no lift. Sorry, but I'm not a loyal type of guy. You should either put that on your dating profile, or if you're married, go ahead and write that into an anniversary card when you give it to your wife. Dang, it's terribly smudged up. 115 kgs for Mr. Matthew Ragg. And for us American folk, I'm going to use this little toggle that Strongman Archives has on there every once in a while so that we can see the conversion without me having to do times 2.2 in my head and basically tell you guys what it is. So we'll keep it mainly on metric, but we'll pop it over to America numbers every once in a while. Hello to the Ukraine. Mm. Oh man, yawn, yawn, yawn. So when this event is over, well, let me see what time the next one is. Um, you guys can't see this, but I can. 10:10 their time. 9. Ooh, they're gonna have to go. They must be on another delay because based on what I'm seeing here, they're gonna have to go from max dumbbell to the vehicle pull like pretty much immediately. When this is done, it's time to start pulling buses. You know what can help boost your channel? Putting a sub goal on the screen with a live counter. Um, I guess that could work. Uh, it just feels so much like it just feels cheap and cheesy to me. But then again, I'm pretty cheap and I'm super cheesy. Maybe I'll do it. Maybe I'll do it. Maybe. I don't know. So same 115 for Luke. So they got started on this late, obviously. The fact that it says no lift in 115s, I'm assuming that we're doing this the way that we did before, where we're going to see this spreadsheet updated, updated, updated. We're not getting the final number here. Apparently, they're doing it in the way that we talked about. Everybody starts, everyone has to do it, and you go up from there. Apparently. I mean, I guess you could still. We'll know if we see everyone do 115 or if it skips over a few of these. Um, but yeah, as of right now, it looks like they're making the entire field do it. And that was so exciting. You guys remember the Flintstone lift last year? Oh, it was so crazy. I was like giggling like a schoolgirl with her first crush last year, watching those guys go up and up and up. It was like I don't remember. It seemed like the entire freaking field broke the record. And I mean, I know it wasn't, but it just seemed like everyone smashed it. And then it got broken and broken and broken. And then there was this battle. And then there was this battle. And then there was this battle. And then Alexi just got up there and was just like, you know what? Let's just see. Let's just see what I can press. And oh, it got comical. It was crazy. Um, I just haven't. There is no reason why not. There is no reason. I just don't have a Twitch channel set up for this. I do stream on Twitch. Other things. Mainly, spoiler alert, chess. uh, but um, but I just haven't set up a strength channel over there. I didn't really know there was a strength component or a contingent on Twitch, so good looking out. I don't follow any strongmen over there. Didn't really think there was any people that follow that community over there. Um, I have memberships for some services that will allow me to restream to multiple services, not restream. but a couple services I do have paid for that allow me to multi-stream to YouTube, Facebook, Twitch, several services at once. Um, and I might do that. First, before I do that though, the first thing I must do is I have to prove to you guys and myself that I'm going to stay dedicated, that we're going to keep doing content, that it's going to be consistent in nature. Unless I can prove that to you and me, that reliable content is going to keep coming, there's no reason to worry about where I stream to or which service I use. I mean, if it's this week and done and I don't see you guys till next year, why have anything on Twitch or Facebook or um, Twitter Live or Twitch or anything? Like, why do that? If I'm going to tell you to go check me out in other locations or say, hey, you can follow me here, better make sure that the content's going to be there, right? Well, since I haven't streamed on Twitch, um, in just as long as I haven't streamed here. Again, my life the last year has been pretty chaotic, guys. It's not just me giving you an excuse for this channel. I have been derailed. So, to be honest with you, I'd have to check and see what my Twitch is. I think I know, but I have to check. Let me log into twitch.tv. Now, just so you guys know, though, when I'm not doing this, so I own a marketing company. I think I've shared that with you guys. And we build a lot of websites. We help companies market themselves on the internet. And I do manage a lot of podcasts and streams for people. So I actually have an abundance of accounts, but most of them are not mine. They're things that I run for others. Let me log in and I'll see what the Twitch one is or the chess one is for anyone who cares. I see it now. It's Jace Plays Chess. Jace Plays Chess. And I haven't put anything on there in a while, and I've gotten quite a bit better at chess since I was doing that, so I need to get back to doing that. Really, what I wanted to do with that is basically turn it into not live games or anything. I really wanted to use Twitch to basically just do like 10 to 20 chess puzzles per day. Okay. Un momento, por favor. Oh. All right, now I'm going to go ahead and log out of Twitch because I'll get distracted if I have that open. Any way you can make the spreadsheet score sheet larger, kind of hard to see the results. Yeah, there's probably a way I could do that. Um, Means you have to look at me smaller, which is going to make all of you happy, but it doesn't make me happy. Kind of hurts my feelings. Everybody always wants to see less of me. Let's see here. I need to lock this and lock this and lock this. I need to group them. Group selected items. We will call this right sidebar. Now I should be able to scale them like this. And I think what we'll do is we'll move that down so it's fine like that. It's fine if there's space in the bottom. Maybe that's where I could stick that counters that someone was talking about earlier. Now I should be able to make this guy get bigger. Is that better, worse, the same? Then I'm betting on them. Um, I want to believe. The truth of the matter is, I don't like betting against humans, but um, I sort of agree with Tom that it's impossible. Um, but I want to believe. I want to believe that we're going to see the impossible. That someone's going to do the unthinkable. Again, that's 254 pounds that they are currently doing with a dumbbell. That's where they start. That's where they start. So it's right to say that 340 plus pounds is insane. But you know what? 254 pounds is actually insane. And that's where they start. It is crazy. And we look at stuff like that, and every year a lot of us complain, oh, we wish they would do the events heavier. They got to do it heavier, heavier, heavy. Um, these events are pretty heavy. um, I think sometimes we forget that these guys are human. Yo, food service, you asked me to make it larger. I need you to let me know if that helped or not. Because I changed my entire setup for you. I didn't see that. I'd have to see it again. I saw him pick it up to his shoulder. I didn't see it go any higher than that. So if he did it again on one of those shorts, uh, then awesome. But I saw him get it to here, and I assume the short was taken as a clip from that long video. But I could be wrong. I could be wrong. If he did do it, then um, then that would be really good for my saying I want to believe in humans, and someone will get it. But like I need to make this just a tiny bit over. I guess that's fine. I guess that's fine. I don't know. I carry about all this uniformity stuff because, like OCD. It's fine. It's fine. Everyone else thanks you because I'm smaller now, which means you can see less of me, so that makes everybody happy, unfortunately. Hurts my feelings, but makes everybody else happy. No, they haven't said. We don't know. And more than likely, it's probably it's probably not incremental. At least not, consistently. I doubt it's the same increase every time. It might be, but I suspect it isn't. We should be able to know when the numbers start coming in. We'll see a pattern, or we won't. Probably gonna need to do the same in the world's strongest man, make myself smaller. I don't know. You, Mr. Food Service, or anyone else with bad eyes, can you see the numbers here, or do I need to adjust this as well? I feel like WSM has less information on the screen than Strongman Archive, so maybe you can already see this. And they have bold print, which is nice. But you guys tell me, is the size here fine, or does this need to get bigger too? I will jump. I will jump between both as I always have, and I do that because even though they're both refreshing automatically, that doesn't mean that they come in at the same time. So I like going back and forth because I want the results as quickly as possible. Uh, that's also a good time for the disclaimer. It appears, yes, they're going to make the entire group do it. So this is what I actually prefer. But here's the thing. Um, here's the thing. So I talk about going back and forth. Little disclaimer. What you guys see live is sometimes lagging behind what you'll see in the chat. And that's because although I'm streaming live, there is a delay for most of you. There was a delay for everybody. It's just a matter of how much of a delay. For some of you, the video might be 2, 3, 4, 5 seconds behind. For some of you, the delay might be 30 seconds to 60 seconds behind. It takes a lot more bandwidth for the video. The chat, though, should be pretty instantly for everyone. So a lot of times, what is said in the chat will be ahead of what you see on the screen. I may have addressed something in the video already, and you're just going to have to wait for the video to catch up to a question that was asked in the chat or vice versa. It also means sometimes when you guys say, hey, refresh your screen, the results are up, I probably have already done it. You're just waiting for the video to show what has already happened on my side. So just a little streaming explanation for you there. A little look behind the curtain and behind the scenes. Techie tech stuff. Ibrahim, I assume the answer there would be a resounding no. Otherwise, there would be no reason to attempt the lower weight, or you would basically give it your minimal attempt. I mean, you could basically just go up there and fail, 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 and wait until you kind of basically game the system. Half effort, wait to save all your strength, let the top guys burn themselves out, wait to see what the best dumbbell is, and then get up there and try your first one. So I'm going to say that's a resounding no. You cannot go up after you have failed. Can I say you won't know the delay unless you text and then I answer it right away. So I'll tell you what, if you want to run the test again to see what kind of I will do that for one of you, and you specifically since you asked. You can ask again. I will say your name, and then you can tell everybody how long it took you to see that. Maybe it will give everyone else a heads up about what they're looking at roughly. Well, you didn't ask again, so you can't really do it. But anyway, that just goes to show there is a difference between what you see in the text and what you watch in the video. The text is more real time. The video is a little bit behind. What lift in general am I strongest at? It depends. Are we talking about a power lifting event, a lift in the gym, or are we talking about like a strongman event? I kind of miss Simon Dean wrestling. Just saying. I guess if we're talking about a powerlifting or gym event, either one would be the same. Um, I'm probably a bench guy. I've always been a bench guy. Uh, 400 plus pounds at a body weight of between 220 and 230 usually. It's not bad. Um, I used to bench like right around three wheels, three plates, whatever you want to call it, around 315 at a much, much smaller body weight, like 145 pounds. Um, so more than double my body weight. So I definitely say I'm a bench guy. Um, in strongman, I think I usually did best at events that mimicked powerlifting events, and you could do it in the gym because of my stature. Uh, Not that I was good at anything. I really wasn't good at anything. But deadlifting events were probably some of my best, even though, according to, if you compare me to regular people, people who don't train or just everyday people, I have a really good deadlift. If you compare myself to people who lift seriously, I'm okay. Um, but my height was never a problem there. So I would say in competition, deadlift, um, but in just what I'm best at, bench press. As far as what do I contribute the fifth finger in Brian's performance? It could be all kinds of things. I don't I would speculate the same things that you guys would. Age, being tired by this point in the competition, the infection, the fact that he hasn't done it in a while. There's all kinds of things. Now, he hasn't done it in a while. It's a little bit different because he actually has the ability to train the fingers right there at his place. But that's different than competition, too. Um, I suspect it's a combination of everything. I was actually thinking about a Mitchell Hooper pro anti Evan Singleton shirt. And since even though moose are not carnivores and T Rexes obviously were, I was sort of thinking about like a strongman shirt. Can't use names, copyright, all that, but we would know what we're talking about. No one else would, but we would. I was sort of thinking about maybe a design that was like the ultimate apex predator, and then having like a moose with a greater than sign next to a T Rex dinosaur. So, saying that basically moose eat Tyrannosaurus Rexes. Um, but I don't think anybody would like it but me. But I would enjoy it. Tom will get it. Tom will fail. Tom will get it. Tom will fail. I think you guys should just fight it out. I kind of like how in WSM that they are calling the dumbbell stones. Um, I like how they don't worry about labeling stuff correctly until like 12 hours later. Yeah, success for Brian, 276. 276. That's what they're saying anyway on the site here. Maybe they're doing a blanket and they've got the rounding wrong. If you're there and they're saying the number, you'd think they'd be saying it right. I don't know. I guess it depends on if it's an even 125 or it's an even 275. Which did they actually measure? The kilogram or the pound? What is it? Boom, boom, boom. An extra pound matters. It's like on a deadlift. An extra kilogram can really splinter an entire sport and divide people up 50-50, like political parties. 1 pound or 1 kilogram can make people really divisive. Brings out the best in all of us. I don't know if it looks easy or doesn't look easy for any of these, but in theory, the whether no matter how they look, this should not be easy for anyone if we use the word easy the way it should be used. This is some massive weight. I just want to know, like, if Novikov can push a car over his head with one hand. That's really what I want to know. Hmm. There are an infinite number of dumbbells there. Am I going to the Shaw Classic? I want to. I want to really, 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 really badly. Uh, I do not want to say definitively until I know for sure, until I know for certain. I want to. I plan to. Um, but it is not definitive as of yet. See, believe, dream, achieve, and all that stuff. That harkens me back to Michael Bisping and Luke Rockhold press conference. Yeah, I knew what you meant, Ibrahim. I just don't know. And I just thought it would be fun to say that there was an infinite number of dumbbells. If I go, I definitely will. If I go, I definitely will post videos from there. Oh, man. Ooh. Why did I stay up so late? What is wrong with me? What do you guys think? Um, when someone gets a no lift on the first weight, and then the rest of the group goes up there and gets all of that, and then the rest of the group goes up there and gets all of the next weight, which that hasn't happened yet. But do you, how deflating do you think that would be for an athlete like Yako? Do you think it's just chalk it up to a learning experience, chalk it up to something he needs to go back and work on in the next year? Do you think it could be really, taxing on his mental game? How deflating do you think it would be to fail the first lift? The whole field gets not only that weight, but the weight after it as well. Well, I definitely expect Alexi to get it for sure. I mean, he's the best dumbbell lifter in the world right now. Tom, he's not really that good at dumbbell. He's supposed to have improved a lot, but I don't think it's a foregone conclusion that Tom lifts this. I do think it's a foregone conclusion that Alexi lifts this, but you never, never know. I think cheesecake is an excellent piece of advice for all situations. That's shocking. It is utterly shocking that Novikov lifted it. Wow, I can't believe he was successful. This is called sarcasm. This is kind of reminding me, with everybody getting it right now, this does kind of remind me of last year's Flintstone lift. Did you guys like that as much as I did last year? And you know what I liked really about it? I said that the guys might struggle with it because that Flintstone bar is usually thin. It has a lot of bounce and give, and it's hard to get. It kind of hurts the guy's hands. And a lot of the athletes themselves talked about how they didn't think they were going to do. But I loved that event last year, and I loved how everybody kept re-upping the bar and just going one level higher, one level higher, one level higher, and then Novikov just went off into another stratosphere and a brand new universe eventually. But I thought that contest was so cool last year, and this is starting out to remind me that way. Like everyone's just pressing, and you just wonder when the dominoes will start to fall. What's the verdict, Simon? Success. He did 2 reps. First one, he didn't get a down signal. Second looked good. He looked better on 274 or 275 than 254 by a lot. That's good. That's good news for Tom. It also doesn't mean as much as we sometimes make it out to mean. Some people here may just be fans of the sport, like watching it. Other people may actually train. I don't know. But if you do train, you know sometimes you can do that yourself in the gym. Uh, you lift something, you go up and increase weight, and for whatever reason, the heavier weight feels better or lighter than the lighter weight did. It happens to me all the time. Um, you just may have better form one time than you do another, or you may have better posture one time than you do another, or a lot of stuff, but it happens a lot. But congrats to Tom, and yes, this is starting to very much remind me of the Flintstone lift. Everyone's just doing it, and this is really cool. This is actually, I think, one of the things um, that's causing the sport to evolve. It used to be more like sort of like a powerlifting contest where you could pick and choose the weights that you wanted to try and stuff, and and they're now sort of making the entire field do everything, and I like it. I like it a lot, but I feel like it also makes these guys know that when they go back to the gym and go to their home turf to train on these things, they really got to train because you get to see not just where you're at, but you get to see where all your peers are at. If you're skipping weights, there's a lot of conjecture and guesswork. You may not really know where several of the other athletes are just because they failed at a weight. You don't know if they would have got the previous weight or not. This kind of lets you know where everybody is at, what playing field you're operating on. And I think it's awesome. I think it's awesome. I have a question for everyone. I'm assuming it's fine because I don't see anybody complaining about it in the chat, and I suspect people would be, but I cannot see what you see. I'm broadcasting, and with a lot of my clients, I've had this happen in the past. My question to you is Is the audio and video in sync? Sometimes when people stream, the audio and video get out of sync. No one has complained about it all week long. I assume we're good, but you guys tell me for sure. Do I need to adjust some settings on my end, or is everything good? 132 and a half. Excellent. I hate playing with that stuff. I can fix it if it gets out of sync, but it is a pain in the butt. Normal, have you been here all week, Normal? Because I haven't seen you. I've been looking for you. We had some awesome discussions about Thor yesterday, and I was looking for you. Uh, and we could have used you a few times this week. Last year, you were the man with all the facts on the implements, and you had everything ready to go. Uh, I thought at times everybody thinks I'm well researched and well prepared. I thought you were more prepared and well researched than I was. I was like, man, I'm impressed by it, by this guy. But then a funny thing happened this week. Towards the end of day one of the qualifier, or maybe it was in the middle of day two, I'm not sure. People kept asking questions, and I was like, I don't know how to answer this because they don't tell us anything. And then I discovered this little click to view event info and notes thing that they had for on Strongman Archives for WSM this year, and I realized it had event information for us. I was like, well, that's embarrassing. I should have spotted that right away. Didn't even realize this was here. It doesn't show dumbbell stats. And probably because someone hasn't told them how the answer to the question that was asked earlier, like how many dumbbells are there? We don't really know that. Um, so that is unfortunate, but oh man, another yawn. I just realized I told you with the way the thing was going, there was basically going to be no downtime between the dumbbell and the bus pull. From what the time they have listed, they're going to have to be ready to go, go, go. It turns out the bus pull might be delayed because these guys are still going to be lifting dumbbells. So the bus pull is going to get started late because this event's still going. Hmm. Guess the camera turned off there. I need to refresh that. I thought we would take a peek at the sand real quick. All right. Back to the spreadsheet action. Sorry if I miss anything, Jace. I can't hear the stream, only live chat. Oh. Speaking of the your thing, one of my favorite ways to troll guys online is if you're like me, you know you can't go on like places like Facebook or something like that with guys hitting on girls left and right. And every single time I see some guy hitting on some girl he doesn't know on like Facebook or something, where they say you're hot, you're fine, you're sexy, whatever. They always say YOUR, and I feel like I have to ruin their game immediately by commenting YOU apostrophe RE. I'm just like, if you're gonna hit on these ladies, at least do it properly. Even though Matthew Ragg and Jaco Schoonwinkel aren't enjoying the best final, and I didn't anticipate them to, um, that takes nothing away from what they did this week. Nothing away from their qualifiers. They both opened some eyes. They both sort of made a name for themselves, and I think they did put people on notice that they should not be taken lightly going forward. You should respect their game. You should watch them come to compete, and you shouldn't count them out before the event starts. So, big kudos and big props to both Matthew Ragg and Jaco Schoonwinkel. Strongman is such an international sport and has such an international following, and you have so many different people from different countries competing, and people typically root for their countrymen. My guess is we have more people from the international scene than than just the U.S. scene. Um, I don't know that. I could look at the analytics in the back end and kind of see where everybody's from, but I've been kind of keeping it in the metric system because it's not what I use, although I like the metric system, because I feel that's probably what most of you do. But For my American brothers and sisters, we occasionally got to click this little tile here. They're saying that's 291. Of course, they're saying 132 kilograms, not 132 and a half. So that would be the difference. So it could be wrong here on Strongman Archives. Maybe it's did they announce it there, or is it on the dumbbell? Can you see it, Simon? Well, you can't hear me. Um, he said he can't hear, so I guess I better ask in the chat. I think I asked this. Well, it's Magnus's 60th birthday, so if we're gonna rip on him or for whatever reason today, we still have to say happy birthday to Magnus. Magnus Vermagnuson. This isn't a, these are the type of events where I like to see guys like Martins Licis compete in. Um, what I like about guys like Martins is in a lot of his training videos, he often doesn't look that great, but he seems to show up for competition. He competes really, really well, especially in events like this where everyone has to get up and you have to do something. He seems to really thrive on that. He's not the only one. There's a few guys in the sport like that, but these are the kind of events where I like to see those who have that real competitive fire get up and do this, where it's like they're so much more challenged and mentally ready by getting up there against other other competitors than they are when it's just training and trying to move big weights around. They rise to the occasion. So far, we've had what, two successes? We've had two guys get 132 so far. Am I missing something? It's Mitchell and Luke, right? Humbled. Oh, you can't hear me. You guys know that it hurts my heart to give Evan credit. It really pains me to do it, but if he stumbled around and then still managed to lock it out, props to him. I'll even do it in hard copy. It's a much shorter list if I explain reasons I like Evan. If I list reasons I don't like Evan, the list gets pretty long. Um, it's not important. It's not important. I hope he and everyone else does amazing things. I was kind of hoping Big Country, Mr. Big Tex, would push that weight. Oh, man, I shouldn't be hungry. I just ate a few hours ago. Now I'm starving. These dumbbells are getting big and heavy. Boom, 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 boom. What did you miss so far? Uh, some numbers on a spreadsheet change. That's that's about it. Um, So Jaco Schoonwinkel has withdrawn from the competition. Um, Everybody came up there on the dumbbell and got the first weight 115. Everybody came up there and got 125. And then we've had some eliminations there. That's where we're at. I would not have predicted that. Again, how easy people do one weight doesn't really say anything about what happens going up from there. But it is clear so far that when we've heard that Tom has improved his dumbbell a lot, it would appear to be true. So, props to the reigning, defending, undisputed strongest man in the world, Tom Stoltman. It doesn't really work. It's not like Brock Lesnar. Brock Lesnar. See, Brock, Paul Heyman turns Brock into a two-syllable word. Barack. I guess we would have to say Tom Stoltman. But apparently he's really been working hard at that dumbbell, and good for him. Yeah, the asterisks tell what was the last weight they accomplished. So they were eliminated at that, but they got that weight. There is genuinely nobody I root against, and that includes Evan. We'll keep it on standard, aka imperial, for just a little bit, and then we'll change it back over to the metric system momentarily. Six guys pushing a dumbbell over 290 pounds over their head and asking for more. Incredible. Just so you guys know, the bus pool was supposed to start 15 minutes ago. The bus pool was supposed to start 15 minutes ago. And we're still sitting here pressing dumbbells over our head. So buckle up. Ooh, sorry. Sorry, sorry, sorry. His battery may have died. I might have to start talking more. I didn't mind staying hushed most of the time while we had information coming in, but if there's a pause in that or that has stopped, then I'll have to go back to trying to keep you guys alert, alive, and entertained. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to sort these on this. I should have did this from the start. Totally my bad. I'm going to sort these from points so that we know easily who's up next without having to look at that. That helps, right? I should have did that from the beginning. That's my bad. I will take ownership of that. Bad Jace. So this will make it easier to follow along. You guys don't have, he doesn't have to apologize. You're used to people peeking. Hmm. Now that I think about it, I do take tinkle breaks in each stream. It's an age thing. But I digress. Yeah, well, it's pretty easy to explain basically. Um, Everybody gets a dumbbell. The weight is set. They started at 115. They go in reverse order. So whoever finished worst in the previous event goes first, and whoever finished the best gets the privilege of watching everybody go ahead of them. Everyone has to go up there and lift the exact same weight. If you fail, you're out there. If you're successful, you go on to the next weight. And they keep going until either A, everyone fails but one person remains, everybody goes out at the same weight, or you have multiple people who can't be eliminated because they all lift the max dumbbell, and I guess at that point they'd split max points. Although we'll probably have nobody lifting the heaviest dumbbell, and I can't imagine if the unthinkable happened. I can't imagine multiple people would do it, but that's the way it would work. Evan got a very generous down call, but he got it. Oh. Evan would not say that he got a generous down call. I bet he would say that he had it by a mile and that they were slow to give it to him. But anyway, 309 is a pretty big number. Pretty impressive stuff. Soft or not soft, I give all of these guys who lift this incredible credit. I think I'll do some dumbbells tonight at the gym in honor of this. And as I press my 50 and 60-pound dumbbells overhead, I'll be like, yeah, I'm the man. I'm the man. I'm using chat rather than my voice more. Oh, guess it was true that he hasn't been working on that dumbbell as much lately. This is another example of the things that we know or we think we don't or think we know we don't really. I thought, Dumbbell was Novikov's. You just give him the points because he's been the best dumbbell guy on earth for the last year plus. And yeah, and I would not have expected Tom to still be in it at this point. So I guess if Tom gets this, it doesn't even matter if Hooper and Singleton tie or if Singleton gets it and Hooper doesn't. This is a chance for Hooper to pick up some points on everybody right now. Now, if Tom gets this, that's a completely different discussion, and we'll dismiss everything I just said. Okay, Tom failed. There we go. So yeah, now back to what I was saying before that. It doesn't really matter what happens between points wise. It doesn't matter what happens between Mitchell Hooper and Evan Singleton here. If they both exit at this point, they both get the next weight. They split points, is what I'm trying to say. Whether they split points, Mitchell wins or Mitchell loses to Evan, he has still extended his lead on the pack that he was with, basically. No, Gallagher, no. Number at best. What do you mean chill? Is it rude or terrible or wrong to point out logical information? I don't believe so. If Evan gets this, then I'll probably say congratulations. That's probably what he'll get from me. I will say that if Evan got a soft call earlier, you can't really give him a soft call victory. I I don't believe uh, I don't believe that there's a paid service that allows us to watch it early. It may come to our screens quicker than yours. I don't know what your broadcasting rights are over there, but so 9.5 points apiece. It looks like this. First place tied in the max dumbbell, Mitchell Hooper and Evan Singleton. Big pool of guys, four splitting that second place spot at 132 kilograms. That's Luke Stoltman, Pavlo Kordiaka, Alexei Novikov, and Tom Stoltman. So both Stoltmans, same weight. Then we drop down to everybody else at 3 points, 125 kilograms. Everybody got the first two weights, 115 and 125. Once we take their positions in the max dumbbell, which as you can see, it was basically big groups. Everyone got this weight, everyone got this weight, everyone got this weight. We come over to the total points, and now Mitchell Hooper has a 3.5 point lead over Alexei Novikov heading into the bus pool. Alexei's only a half a point higher than Tom, the defending champion Stoltman. Trey Mitchell in the fourth place position at 25.5. Evan Singleton has climbed into the top 5 with that performance there, giving him 25. Pavlo Kordiaka has passed Brian Shaw for the sixth place position at 20.5. And then Brian Shaw goes down to goes down again the leaderboard. He's now at 17.5. And then of course Matthew Ragg, Luke Stoltman, and Yako has withdrawn from the competition. So Mitchell Hooper has a little breathing room, not a lot, but a little. But Alexei and Tom are in the battle of all battles. I'm going to take a peek and see when they're expecting the bus pool to kick off, since we're already over a half hour later than when it was supposed to start. So I'm going to see if they updated the times. Give me just a moment here. They're still showing the starting time of 10:10, which was 40 minutes ago here. My local time 9:10. Um, they're still showing the same time on the official website. Now I'm going to go ahead and check the Twitter machine and the Facebook machine. And as far as Twitter goes, they haven't posted anything since they let us know that they had more bleachers yesterday. Uh, and as far as Facebook goes, they have nothing there either. So they haven't updated the times. As of right now, they're uh, they're still saying the same time, which obviously it cannot be unless they're sprinting over there right now and the bus pool is basically starting right this moment. If Simon's still here, I'll see if they've said anything since he's on site. Let's see what the answer to that query is. Anyone knows the way to the bus? A lot. I kid. I kid. Pulling at 25 meters. They have a max of 60 seconds to do it. I have no idea what it weighs. We'll see if we can't scout out some information. I'll check a couple sources I have. Probably will come up empty, but hold for more information. Let's just see here. One more source to check. Yeah, I struck out, Nirmal. I do not have a weight for you. I checked a few different sources. Came up empty everywhere. But if anyone else has any super secret sources to pull from or look into, feel free to share it with the rest of us. I told you guys I'm gonna have to leave and go to church and then come back. That time will be approaching before too awful long. What I might do is be a very, very bad Christian and have my phone out and sort of keep checking it, and keep looking at the Strongman archives and maybe comment every once in a while I'm there. I don't know yet. I shouldn't do that. I should be a good, good, good man of faith and pay attention 100% while I'm there. But I might be tempted to look depending upon if an event is ongoing at the time or not. It's so hard for me not to look. I like this stuff too much. Well, my opinion is that God loves all men, but I digress. Oh, I am going to church in my Marvel Avengers t-shirt. I have already decided that. I feel like a I feel like 3.5 points is definitely not secure. It is definitely not secure, but it's pretty nice to have with two events left. Um, let's see. If he gets third place, that'd be 42 and a half. If he gets another third place, that would be 50.5 points. Okay, so basically, if Mitchell Hooper, this is what I'm doing, guys. If Mitchell Hooper can get third place in the bus pull and the Atlas Stones, the best Tom could do would be tie that at 50.5 points. He'd have to win both of those events. He would win the World's Strongest Man in the event of a tie there by doing better than Mitchell in the Atlas Stones. But it would be a tie. Um, Sort of the same thing with Novikov because the half point's the same thing. So so yeah, if Mitchell Hooper can get third place in both events, it's not a guaranteed win, but it's darn hard to beat him. If he can get third and better than third on one of these, he's not catchable. So a third and a second, 2 seconds, a third and a first, win anything. As long as he does no worse than third, he can either wrap it up or put himself in basically a position where being caught is the best he can do by Novikov and Stoltman. If he does anything less than third, then the game is still very much on. That's where we're at right now with the math. Where are we at here? See if I got something to catch up on here. Yeah, we don't really. The truth is, we don't know what to expect from Mitchell Hooper on the bus. Um, the one performance we saw, he did not do well. That is a fact. He'd also never did it before, and he was brand new to the sport. He'd never done 90% of the things that you could do. So I think it's hard to judge him on that one effort. At the same time, we've seen that he improves leaps and bounds every time he's out there and every time he gets to see an event more than once. Improvement from first time to second time is a big leap. Improvement from second time to third time is another big leap. That doesn't always mean it will always be the case. We have nothing to go on except one performance, an original performance. and then feedback from him and Laws, who is now training him, that it's greatly improved, and they expect to do well. Well, Mitchell Hooper's predictions have been pretty good. Like the guy or not, I do like him. We all know that. But like him or not, his predictions have been pretty good, and they doesn't really seem to come out of thin air. He's pretty accurate. So that has to carry a little bit of weight, or it could just be, again, a guy saying, hey, I'm good at everything, because they all think that you almost have to be a competitor. But Laws has seen enough competitions. Laws has seen a lot of competitions. He's been in a lot of them. He's seen more than most of us. He should have seen enough. Yeah, there's going to be some bias. He's training Mitchell now, right? So there's going to be some natural bias present. But he has seen enough competitions that he should be able to realistically say, yeah, this guy is competitive, or no, we've got some work to do, or what have you. And so, with the feedback we've received, they're expecting good things. We've seen one result which was not a good thing. What that tells me is I really would not be surprised no matter where Mitchell Hooper does in the bus pool. I think anywhere from first to last could happen. Um, but based on what they've said, I penciled him in, I think, for a third or fourth place finish. What did I say? Uh, yeah, fourth place finish. That's where I penciled him in for. Um, so to keep what I was saying alive, he needs a third or better. I actually gave him a fourth place finish in my predictions. I gave Hooper a fourth place finish in the vehicle and a fourth place finish in the stones. If my prediction is right, that means he doesn't sew up first place. Again, if he gets a third and a third, he's basically locked in that position. It's very hard to beat him. Alexi could beat him by half a point if he gets two firsts. Tom could beat him by virtue of a tie and doing better on the stones. We'll go ahead and put up the when I did my mock thing here real quick. But two-thirds basically assures Hooper of a win. But I gave him two fourths. If he does that, that's 2 points below. That means that he could then be beat, but even then it's not easy. That would basically mean that either Tom or Alexi have to do second or better in both events to the second or better. Second place does the exact same thing that first did before, and getting a second and a first or two firsts would give either guy the title. But we're still saying if he does fourth place or better, it's still going to take a Herculean effort by either Alexi or Tom to unseat him. And really, they're about the only people that have a chance to do that right now. So Mitchell Hooper is in excellent position unless he falters here. We don't know what to expect. Um, but the truth of the matter is, if he does, if he does decent, it's good enough. It really is. He doesn't need to do much better than I predicted a fourth place finish in both. He really doesn't need to do better than that, but if he does better than that, he sets himself up in amazing, amazing position. It should be a pretty exciting run to the final here. It'd be a pretty exciting road to the final. let's see here. Some people are talking about Pavel and Evan getting there in top 5 in the pool. Um, Not really. So here's what you have. If Trey Mitchell gets 2 firsts, if he wins the bus pool and the Atlas Stones, that would give him 45 and a half. That gets him in the podium potentially, but they can't win it. If you give Hooper 1 point on the bus pool, what am I talking about? 44. Yeah, they could do it. For whatever reason in my head, I turned 30 into 40. Scratch everything I was getting ready to say. I don't know. We haven't heard an official thing. It was supposed to start like an hour ago. Like an hour ago, as of this exact minute. It was supposed to start 1 hour ago. There was no weather delays based on the skies that I've seen and radars there today. I think they did get started a little bit later than they were saying for the dumbbell, and then the dumbbell went a long time because these guys did not want to stop pressing dumbbells over their head. Um, so it wrapped up about a half hour after the bus pool was supposed to start, and now the bus pool would be starting now if they were on schedule. And maybe they rushed over there and they're doing it right now. So we could see stuff coming in anytime between now and, well, I mean, it should have been started an hour ago. So yeah, they haven't said any other time. So until they do, we're kind of just waiting. I was sort of hoping that our eyes on the ground there, Simon Dean, would have hung around and saw the chat, and that they might have told the people who were on site there, join us over at the bus pool at the so and so stage. We'll be kicking off at blah 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 blah. I was kind of hoping they would announce that there and then he would pass it along to us, but unfortunately that didn't happen. So I don't know when it starts. I'll check their website one last time. It still says 10:10 local time, which was an hour ago. So yeah, they haven't updated that. And then we'll look at Facebook and Twitter. Twitter has nothing. Facebook has nothing. Yeah, it's mum's the word. They haven't said anything to us. So should have started an hour ago. No official announcements as to when it begins. So your guess is as good as mine. Be right back. I will be taking off again, leaving the stream open, and I might even pop in while I'm gone. No promises. I won't be gone long, but I will be leaving probably in about 15 minutes. So, and then I'll be gone for approximately 45 minutes. So, yeah, I'll leave in about 15 minutes. The stream will stay up, the stream will stay on and running. Um, you just won't have to have your ears polluted by my voice for about an hour. But here's a question for you guys. Um, it does look like, Brian has been eliminated. Although, what I was getting ready to say earlier, because I was trying to hit Mitchell Hooper's 34 into 44, uh, mathematically speaking, Brian is not eliminated, mathematically speaking. First place and a first place. I'm not calling for first places here. Don't alert the media. I'm just saying, mathematically speaking, he's still alive. 27 and a half, 37 and a half, 35 and a half, 36 and a half for two single point performances. So if Brian Shaw got first in both events and Mitchell Hooper got last in both events, you could make an art. There would be a possible road to victory for Brian Shaw still. That's not a prediction. It's not a spoiler, as Paul Heyman would say. It's neither of them. I'm just saying the math is there. That's not my question. My question is not will Brian win. Most of us know at this point he will not. My question to you is this: with this being Brian Shaw's last World's Strongest Man, what do you guys think? Does Brian Shaw go out and give his best effort in the bus pool and the Atlas Stones as a way to say goodbye to the sport and goodbye to the event, even though it's not really goodbye to the sport because he still has to compete in the Shaw Classic? But does he say goodbye to the World's Strongest Man, going out, giving it all he's got? Or does he take the fact that he's resigned to the fact that it ain't happening this year, just like it hasn't in the last few, and he sort of just goes out there and takes a victory lap, just coasts in, competes, does enough just to say that he was there, sort of waves to the crowd as it was. But what do you guys think? Does he attack the final two events, or does he just go through the motion? It's his last Marvelous Jester. He had announced it was his last before the leg infection. Now, again, a lot of athletes in this sport and every other sport say they're finished, they're done, they're retired, and then they don't stick to that. Um, I hope it is his last, and not because I don't like Brian, but because I do like him, and I don't really think it really behooves these guys to hang on past their prime. I don't think it helps them. I don't think it helps their bodies. I don't think it helps their families. I don't think it helps their fans. I don't think it helps their legacies. He's got other interests. He's got other places and ways to make money, way more money and comfortable than this. I hope he rides off into the sunset and and is incredibly successful with his post WSM life, and I have no doubt that he will be. But what do you think? Uh, so we have two people answering the question so far, and they say that Brian gets after it. Win, lose, or draw, he goes out on his shield. He gives it everything he's got and dies on the field, basically. That's what I hope happens. That's what I would like to see happen. Uh, but do you? Is there anybody out there? Does everybody think that, or is there anybody sitting here who does think that he'll just go out there and sort of give the victory lap and the wave? The thanks for the memories, guys. It's been fun. See you later. According to Eduardo, I guess he's got the information. 12:20 Eastern. It's 11:20 my time. That's 1 hour from now, basically. So according to that, if that is correct, there's a chance that I could leave and be back before it gets going. Probably not. It sort of depends upon, I guess, what the preacher does behind the pulpit. Um, if it was me preaching, there'd be no chance that I'd be back because I'm a wordy guy. Um, but with the guy that they have at the church that I'm attending now, a member of now, there's a chance I could be back before the event starts, but I'll probably be a few minutes late on screen. But I bet you I check in. Yeah, uh, because the results don't come in immediately. Although we did have eyes on the scene, right? Who was telling us events immediately. Hmm. Guess you'll either see me before the event starts or you won't. I don't usually dress up for church. I do not usually dress up for church. Emphasis on the word usually. When I preach, I don't usually preach in a suit either. Um, if a church wants me to, I respect the authority of the church. If it makes them happy or whatever, I do. But I don't usually dress up to go to church, and I don't usually dress up when I preach. My opinion is my opinion alone, and it doesn't have to be anyone else's. But I believe that God is more concerned with what's in here than what we have over the shell of our skin. Just my opinion. And I'm not there to win any fashion shows or please everybody else with my appearance. Have they said how much the bus weighs? I mean, I don't think we know how much the bus weighs unless someone got the information from somewhere. I think there was a question earlier in the chat with someone asked, "Do we know how much it weighs?" And then someone threw out a guess number, but I took it as a guess, um, and I could have been wrong, and I could be ill informed. But I didn't take the answer as this is the answer. I took it as just someone just saying a number out of their head. I don't think we know the weight of the bus. I'm open to correction if that's not If I'm wrong and we know the way to the bus, let me know. But I don't believe we know. And the 20,000 pounds that someone said earlier, I think that was Chantel, and I could be wrong. I'm not going to scroll up and look, but I think it was Chantel. And I don't think the answer was Chantel saying that they knew that it was 20,000 or had confirmation of that. I think it was just here's my recollection of what happened in the chat. Could be shaky. But I believe Normal simply said, "Does anyone know what the bus pull weight is?" No one answered except Chantel, who just said 20,000, and I believe there was even a question mark after it, which to me makes it even more believable if I'm right about that the answer wasn't 20,000 pounds. It was more of a guess. 20,000 question mark. Um, I think that's all we heard, and I don't think that's information that we can say is right. And my suspicion is that that's as good a guess as mine, as good a guess as yours or anyone else's. But I would think that that's probably not a very accurate guess. I would think that it has to be heavier than 20,000 pounds, which sounds crazy when we're thinking about it. Uh, it has to be heavier than 20,000 pounds. What? Do you have any idea how much 20,000 pounds is? Yes, yes, I do. I also know the weights that they've pulled in the past, and and there's also things called wheels, and so you know it's not like just pulling 20,000 pounds on a sled. It's a wheeled vehicle. So yeah, I think 20,000 is probably not right. Ryan says it looks like a charter bus. For giggles, for giggles, let me just do a Google search for average weight of a charter bus. This means nothing. This is not the weight that they're using. I'm just curious. Here's where it gets interesting. The average weight is approximately 20 to 30,000. When loaded, it was between 30 and 44,000 pounds. So maybe the 20,000 is not a bad guess, but it says 33 and then 30 to 40 when loaded. So um, Hmm. That's what Nation Bus says there. Here's other ones: 50,000 to 55,000, 28 to 36. There's 48 to 64. Okay, so okay, so as I read different sites saying different things, I guess we still have no more information than before I did that search. Could be as little as 20,000. Could be as high as 65,000. Good luck with that. I think we can safely assume that it will be somewhere between 0 pounds and 1 million pounds. We can probably even safely assume somewhere between 0 pounds and 100,000 pounds. I have competed in a couple vehicle pulls. Um, they weren't big, heavy things. They were still pretty tough on me. The coolest one was we had just two regular pickup trucks. I think they were like, I want to say they were both F-250s, or that's what I think they were. I think they were both F-250s. But it was two. So um, the two trucks were fastened together. I think they were connected via some sort of, I don't know what it was. I'm not a car guy. Anyway, the back bumper had some sort of, probably just a hitch. I don't know. It was attached to, I think, a winch on the front of the other truck. But we had to pull two trucks. Um, and then I pulled a small school bus, small one. And then I did one other, and we did an ambulance pull. Um, so I did three vehicle pulls: two pickups, a small school bus, and an ambulance. All of these are far less, far less weight than what these guys are dealing with. I need to get out of here. The time has come. So I'm going to leave this up and running, and I'll be back when I get back. I might pop into the chat, may or may not pop into the chat before you see me back on the screen. But I should be back in approximately and 45 minutes to an hour. So I'll see you guys soon. Um, you may hear from me in the chat before then, but it'll be a while before you see me on screen. So everyone stay safe until then, and see you soon. Bye now. Did everyone miss me? I haven't seen it. I know that our eyes on the ground. I see you guys talking about the lift there. Um, I believe it was that same weight that they said Evans was pretty soft and may not have been there either. So if we're going to scrutinize Hooper, and I've got nothing wrong with us doing that, go back and make sure you review Evans and see what you think there too. It's possible. Maybe there should have been a four-way tie, or I guess one, two, three, a five, six-way tie for first. I don't know. Maybe there should have been. I'd actually want to go probably review the all of them. We didn't see any of them. I don't know what the lockouts looked like for 115 kilograms for everybody, or 125, or whatever. So, um, but make make sure that if we scrutinize one person, we scrutinize everybody. We're still down. Okay. Well, obviously, I'm not saying him. I'm talking about the call. The call on all of them. Don't just look at the call for him, though. Make sure you go back and look at the call for the others. Again, like last year, I can't remember which weight it was, but there was I know in the Flintstone, I think it was the Flintstone lift. Um, could have been one of the others, but I think it was the Flintstone lift. We gave Luke Stoltman credit for one where if I was judging, I probably wouldn't have given it to him. We said he was locked out. It was incredibly quick. I mean, he went up and they said down. I didn't think there was a lockout. There was no pause. There was no nothing. And his one arm looked a little bent to me while shaking. But I don't have any problem with us doing that. But we should look at the lockout through all of them. And assuming we wind up with footage of everybody, me being who I am, I'm probably going to go back and look at everything that we have. But anyway,
Hey, what's going on, guys? Dennis here. In today's video,
I just know we had, who was it? Simon Dean earlier. He had mentioned that Evans' lockout looked pretty soft and suspect in his thing. I don't recall what he said on Mitch's. I think he said Mitch tried twice. The first one was a fail, and the second one looked pretty good. But I don't know. I don't know. I didn't see any of it. They both might have looked great. They both might have looked horrible. They might have been equal. I have no idea. Can you guys hear my dogs making all kinds of racket over here? Caesar, stop. Caesar, give me some attention here in just a minute. I'll be answering that. My dogs are driving me crazy over here, guys. They're really, really driving me crazy. Ooh. Because I'm watching the results while I do graphic design over here. I don't have time to do that and talk and everything else. I lost a subscriber by designing the graphic, counting up and counting down. Apparently, 581, 582, 581, 582. Let's go up and down, up and down. Caesar, you need to stop, pal. I can't keep taking you out over and over and over. What, Caesar? I'll be back again. The dogs are driving me nuts. I'm back. Hopefully for a while. No promises. Again, the dogs are going nuts. I gotta catch up on the chat. Where are we at? Um, da, 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 da. Well, if they think you're a sandwich short of a picnic watching this, then that makes me a whole basket short of a picnic for putting this together because it's a really weird endeavor. For some reason, I enjoy it myself. The Earth Cam should give us some action for the final event, the Atlas Stones. Novikov 33:35. These times are these times can't get any closer. 300ths of a second between Trey Mitchell and Pavlo. 4 times within the 32 to 33 second mark. That's kind. This is interesting because um, when the times are that close, uh, those are very expensive hundredths of a second and tenths of a second for points determining winners and podiums. Like, remember, I've been saying all along how tightly contested I thought these events and things could be. When you look at how close these times are, it's not saying I was wrong. I assume what Sean means is sub 31 second minimum, not sub 31 second minutes to put the pressure on, because I think he can do sub 31 minutes. So we'll just assume that your MIN meant minimum, sub 31 minimum, because I think he's got less than 31 minutes in him. Plus, there's a 60-second time limit. So if it takes him 31 minutes, he'll be in trouble since he's only got 60 seconds to work with. It's tough to say, Ramen. There's different ways you can do that so that like they're probably doing manual, but they shouldn't be. There are ways that you can do it where you can basically put something like put a weight to hold that, and then the time won't start until the sensors determine that there is movement, and then you could have a laser line looking for when it crosses, so you can take the human equation out of it. That's the way they should be doing it. I don't know if they are or not, but there are ways that you can remove the human equation out of it so that um, you're getting concrete information. But it is an interesting question asking how accurate can they be and how the time is going, because we are talking about hundredths and tenths of a second. I don't care if we're talking about the quality of the referees or not. We humans don't have the ability to press buttons or things within 100ths of a second. There's a reaction time, there's latency, there's all of these things. So I'm hoping they've removed the human equation from tracking the times. But I don't know that, but hopefully they have, because that is a very, very interesting discussion. When you add the human equation in there, 32.49, 32.46, what's the difference? Probably none. You couldn't even confidently say that Pavlo went faster than Trey Mitchell. 300ths of a second is surely within the margin of error. A tenth of a second is within the margin of error. So it would be tough to it'd be tough to really look at those times when they're this tight and have any sort of confidence that they're in the right place and position, in my opinion. 32.27. It's the fastest mark of the day. Barely. Um, but again, it does go back to that question about how are they timing this? I can't believe how tight these times are. And no one's really talking about how close they are except me. Maybe it's because I'm covering it for everyone, or maybe no one else is surprised. Like, am I the only one that's seriously surprised and shocked that basically all of these times are pretty much the same? These times are this tight. I mean, it's really hard to really, if you're trying to pick up points or you're trying to protect points, either one, unless you have a smashingly good number or a smashingly bad number. Yeah, those are, like I said, those are expensive hundreds and tenths of a second. You can literally be in like first place or next to last place with like a sec by just moving a second one way or the other. It's 1/800th second of a place separating first and seventh right now. 1.08 seconds separating first and seventh place. Whoa! 30.24 for Mitchell. So there's your sub 32 second time. Or that, hey, Sean, Mitchell Hooper just got sub 31 minutes. So, so, yeah. So earlier again, we were speculating, and it was said, well, that's where Mitchell Hooper's going to lose the points. Will be the bus pool because he only did it one time and it wasn't good. And like I said, we don't know that he did it one time. He had just started Strongman. You can't really take a person the first time they ever do something and be like, oh, they're no good at it. You got to learn how it's done. And then him and Laws said, hey, he's been practicing. He's gotten really good at it. So apparently they weren't lying, and Mitch's predictions are not just him picking information out of thin air. He's convicted. He's confident, and basically what he just did with that, unless he has a terrible Atlas Stones performance, he pretty much just sewed this thing up. No, the top three can still win. All of the guys who were in the top three up to this, they're still in the same positions they were. But again, I said if Hooper, all he had to do was average third place to almost be unmatchable. Higher than a third average, he's got it. So now, if he finishes third or better in the Atlas Stones, he's automatically won. Um, I'll let you know exactly what it'll be after we see what Evan Singleton does because whether Tom finishes first or second here will change it a little bit for Tom's position. Hooper will pretty much have to bomb the Stones to not be your 2023 champion. But there's an excellent chance that Tom finishes second. Well, Tom's probably forget excellent chance. Tom is going to finish second. So I thought it was going to be Mitchell Hooper, Alexei Novikov, Tom Stoltman, it's probably going to be Mitchell Hooper, Tom Stoltman, Alexei Novikov. Almost still want to consider this. I mean, it's not. It's not. I'm not saying it. But I was going to say, I almost want to consider this still Mitchell Hooper's rookie year because essentially his first pro competition was World's Strongest Man 2022. He gets an invite from some stupid viral videos and a couple regional comps that no one had really seen or did anything about, never tried anything. His first pro competition, World's Strongest Man. Wins the qualifier round over Brian, finishes sixth overall, puts on a heck of a year after that, cleaning house. Comes back to World's Strongest Man for a second time here, basically competing in the sport for a year now, and is putting on a performance for the ages. I am at a loss for words. I am at a loss for words. I don't think we've ever seen anything like this. And again, he's just getting started. You could actually make an argument that some of the stuff he still hasn't learned or perfected yet. Like, how good is he going to get? Not only how good is he going to get, but what's he going to do? All sports. I'm going to do a recap of the event here in just a second and talk about the points. All sports, basically, when someone does the unthinkable, when some athlete rises up and sets a new standard, the peers follow along. They kind of follow it. We go back to our discussion yesterday with the 500 kilogram deadlift and Eddie Hall. Once someone does something like that, the rest come along. With Mitchell Hooper doing stuff like this, if you're a fan of Strongman, you had better be excited because we are going to see some crazy, crazy stuff, not just from him, but from everybody in the next few years. Mark my words. Now, Mitchell Hooper wins the bus pool. We talk about the times of people being very, very close. Well, there's a tie in 1/100th of a second. I don't know how. Again, I demand to know. They better answer Jace, because I'm what's important. It's all about me. I demand to know how they're timing this stuff. Do we have human error in the equation, or are we using automated systems? I demand to know. But according to this, Tom Stoltman, Evan Singleton, a tie, which actually works again to Mitch Hooper's favor. They split points. That gives him a 1.5 point win rather than a regular 1 point win. So Tom Stoltman, Evan Singleton tie for second, 8.5. Pavel Kordiaka in the third position, 7. Trey Mitchell, 4-6. Brian Shaw, 7-5. Luke Stoltman, 4 points. Alexei Novikov, 3 points. Terrible for Alexei. And it's not even a bad time. There's nothing wrong with 33.35. It's just the rest of these times are all 32 seconds apiece. And Matthew Ragg, 36.29. This changed stuff a lot. A lot. We go over here now to the total points. Alexei's still in that third place. but now he's only a half a point up on the T-Rex. Evan is, again, Alexi's, it's so hard to predict how Alexi will do with the stones. Sometimes Alexi is poor at stones. Sometimes he's great at stones, at everything in between. Evan is not always consistent either, but I feel he's more consistent than Alexi at being good at stones. Only half a point. Alexi has no room for error. You very, very well could see Evan Singleton on that podium. Trey Mitchell could go out there and get can he probably won't beat Tom, but he could beat Brian. He could put up your second place. What I'm basically telling you guys is that third place podium position, it is very, very much at play right now. It is very much at play, that third place podium position. But Tom Stoltman, 39, 44 and a half. He can't, well, I can't say he can't. It would take a monumental failure. Mitchell Hooper's going to have to trip and fall or fail to get the last stone to lose this event. And Tom's not going to be passed. I can't see that happening. So you can confidently say you know who your 1 and 2 guys in 2023 are going to be. It's going to be Mitchell Hooper. It's going to be Tom Stoltman. The question is, who will be standing on the podium with those two guys? I don't know if they have accurate information now, since you guys just said that. Um, but they currently have Mitchell listed at 6'3", 320. I don't know when that weight was taken, but they say 6'3", 320. That's probably about right. This is crazy. This is just crazy. Three. Mitchell Hooper has 3 event wins outright, a share of of a fourth. Man, oh man, man, oh man. And and I mean, even though I love drama and don't love drama, I mean it's good to get people to talk about. If I'm gonna keep creating content, that's good. This sort of puts the Pavlo. I mean, you could still argue what did it do to Pavlo's mental state. You want the positions to be right, all that, but it sort of puts the, at least if you want fair competition, if you want the right person to have their hand raised at the end, it sort of puts the Pavlo Kordiaka drama to bed. Like I said, God forbid, it would have been terrible if Mitchell Hooper won and beat Pavlo Kordiaka by like 1 or 2 or 3 points, the points that Pavlo would have lost there. If Pavlo would have been up there within contention 3 or 4 points away and Mitchell Hooper had won, oh my goodness, the fuss that would be made for the next year would be loud. But now Mitchell Hooper has distanced himself so much. You go back and give him second place points in the shield carry, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. He's still running away with this thing. I don't know. I don't know what to say. Okay, Atlas Stones are listed as starting at 154. That's basically now. Let me check the camera. Let me check the camera. Oh my goodness. We're not going to be able to see anything. You can see. Should I leave this up or should we look at our spreadsheets? Because we basically can't see anything here. I'll come back and check this when I start seeing things move, but I don't think we're going to be able to see anything on that camera. You can't really see the platforms now. The mass of humanity that's around there. I don't think we'll be able to tell what's going on. Probably bring it over here, right above this, so we can keep our lovely spreadsheet. We don't want to get rid of the spreadsheet anyway, guys. It's a tradition at this point. We got to have our spreadsheet up. Um, but I think what we can do is we can bring the sand stage in here. Um, yeah, I think I got a little bit of an idea here. I got a little bit of an idea here. This is probably going to look stupid, but I don't care. I've done a lot of stupid stuff in my life. Why change it now? Boop, boop, boop. What do you guys think of that? It looks stupid, but not terrible, right? Not too bad. That's not too bad. When is the next content coming? Like after this? Like after we're done streaming today, or we mean when the stream's over? I'm gonna do a recap video because I've got to always do those, and we'll do a recap of the entire week basically, the qualifiers, who surprised me, what I thought coming out of this, obviously the contest itself, the podium, all that. We'll probably also next do a one of those tier videos that I was talking about. We're gonna rank some strongman champions and give you my opinion. Which, of course, the goal is to for me to give really outlandish, wild, or strange, controversial opinions, and then for you guys to roast me in the comments. That's the way that stuff's supposed to work. So tier videos. I got a couple other ideas, but I'd say you're definitely gonna get one video today, probably two videos today. I'd like to give you another video or two this week, but I also have to make sure that I obey my adult responsibilities. So I'm not willing to commit to more than that. And then after this week, I want to, again, I really honestly do, guys. I honestly want to produce more content. But I'm going to commit to basically how much does my life allow and then how much is the content absorbed. If it's just me producing it for myself, I'm going to quit really quickly. If I keep producing content, then I plan to cover all of the major shows. And I'd like to do some of them live like this. Um, if they give us live content that we can digest, we'll do like watch parties and stuff like that. If it's not televised, if it's not streamed, we'll just use a spreadsheet party every time. We can do national tournaments to see who's going to get invites. Great Britain's Strongest Man and North America's Strongest Man, America's Strongest Man, Canada's Strongest Man, Australia's Strongest Man. We'll just cover stuff if you guys keep returning. You know who we haven't really talked about this week? It just hit me. We haven't talked about Mitchell Hooper. We should probably talk a little bit about Mitchell Hooper because we haven't said anything about him yet. So, Craig, you might be exactly right, and that again, that's part of what I'm talking about with what Mitchell Hooper is doing here. It's like he's not he's not just doing stuff that's good for him and exciting for us as fans. When someone comes along and does this, it's good for the entire sport. It causes everyone to elevate their game. When you take someone who looks unbeatable and this dominant like Mitchell, we will find out very shortly, probably. Maybe he'll just keep doing stuff like this and keep improving on his stuff, and this will render what I'm saying moot and make me look like a moron. But more than likely, what will happen is he will elevate everyone else's game so that he won't be able to do this again next year or the year after. It doesn't mean he can't win again. I'm not saying he can't win again. But it's an eye opener to everyone else there of what's possible and what you can do. And they're going to train harder and smarter and wiser. And they're going to steal from each other because best athletes steal from each other, best salespeople steal from each other. Everyone looks at who's being successful and they take from that. So the sport is going to get super, super exciting. And as someone who loves the sport, which you probably can't tell, I mean, it seems like I don't get animated. I don't get worked up. I'm very monotone. You can tell that I find this incredibly boring, right? No, but you can see the excitement here. And if you are excited by the sport, congratulations. It's a very exciting time. We're going to have a lot of fun in the next few years. Um, well, in order for me, I really believe that in order for me, see, it's tough. Evan's supposed to be a showman, right? And he's supposed to not really believe the stuff. I don't know if, how wise he is. Like, in order for us to do business, in order for us to sell pay per views in a wrestling match, he has to play business. He's got to play ball. If he goes back and watches all of the videos where I've slammed him, maybe he doesn't want to get into the ring with me. Maybe we can't choreograph a great match. And he prevents both of us from making money because he's not humble enough to see the business. I don't know. Either I keep insulting him because it means more money for both of us, or I have to start talking nice to him to convince him to meet with me. So I don't know how to play it now. I saw I saw where Mitchell told him how good they were at predicting. Um, yeah, I did see where Mitchell let them know his thoughts on how good they were at making predictions. Um, it's pretty funny now. On the other hand, it seems like Mitchell Hooper is just as good at making predictions as he is at performing. So I wanted to interview him last year. It sounded like I was going to get to. There were some responses, and then it kind of went dead. I guess he became too big for me really quickly. Um, Thought I was going to get that interview, and then it died. Maybe that's why maybe I could blame it all on Mitchell Hooper. That's why you guys didn't get content from me last year. That was supposed to be my first big interview, and then he ghosted me. Um, but in any event, if I ever do get to interview him, I'm asking what the six lucky numbers I should pick are because he seems to have like that Conor McGregor Mystic Mac thing going for him. Yes, he was bad, but he had basically never did stones before last year. He was he was learning on the job. He was seeing a lot of these most not a lot. He was seeing almost everything for the first time. And he's got a lot of experience behind him now. And as I said, he's not great or elite at stones currently. Or we don't know that. Maybe he's about to win that too. um, but he's good. If you look at what he's done recently, he's good. And he doesn't have to be great or elite. I mean, Tom gets a win. That's what we're all penciling, and that's 49 points. Mitchell Hooper has to get 5 points, so that's sixth place. I feel like that's within his wheelhouse. If we just go over here real quick, I'm gonna do a little bit of investigative journalism. This stuff's gonna be all strange over here. Give me 1 second, guys, to get something ready. Give me 1 second to get something ready here. So this was what Mitchell Hooper did just shortly ago at the Arnold UK. So this was back in September of 2022. So he's had 6 months to improve on this. He did 5 stones at the Arnold UK in 25.74 seconds. If you look at what he did in August, so this was a month before September, stone weights were about the same. Brian's were a little bit heavier, but not much. They were about the same. So about a month before he appeared in the Shaw Classic, he finished third on the stones there, one of only 4 guys at the Shaw Classic to do all 5 stones. And he got 5 and 35.7. The only people that beat him were 2 of the best stone guys in the world, Trey Mitchell and Brian Shaw. So again, he has improved his Atlas stones tremendously. You cannot look at World's Strongest Man last year and use that as any sort of predictor here. He was brand new to it. He had never did it. But he learned quickly how to do them. There is a way that Mitch can lose, but it's not likely that he's going to lose. More than likely, Mitchell Hooper is your 2023 World's Strongest Man. If he fails here, it is the failure of all failures. Um, I wasn't talking to you specifically, Dominic. I didn't even see your question. You want to see the 2022 Atlas stones? Okay, let me cue it up real quick. It should be here. Open this in a tab here. Should be here. Boom, and then we'll go here, here, there. Okay, this should be your 2022 stones. I can't really bring that up or down. I don't want to have to remove everything. It's this column right here. So 5 and 25, 5 and just less than 26 seconds for Tom took the top spot. Um, the stones were 140 to 200. This year, they are 150 to 210. So all of the stones are 10 kilograms heavier than they were last year. All of the stones are 10 kilograms heavier than they were last year. So that's worth mentioning. Um, flip back over here. I think it's this one here. Yep. I'll bring this over here. So for 6th place, you didn't even have. And again, we don't have the same guys in here. It's not the same field. It's not the same weights. None of that. But just for comparison's sake, for sixth place here, we were down to 4. If you look at last year, not that you should do this, and I'm saying you shouldn't, but if you want to do this, the top 5 guys got all the stones. Below that, they didn't. So you could, if you wanted to use this as information, to just throw the times out the window, not really worry about what kind of time he puts in, and you could basically say that if Mitchell Hooper manages to get all stones, he should be good to go. Because last year only half the pack managed to do that. He wasn't one of them, by the way, but he has done it every time since then. So again, the heaviest stone last year, I don't know if you guys can see this, I'll scroll up a little bit. Last year, the stones went from 140 to 200 kilograms. I've got that highlighted on the screen now. This was last year, the 2022 World's Strongest Man. This year, the stones range in weight from 150 to 210. Same number of stones, but all stones are 10 kilograms heavier than they were last year. No, it's not over Alexi. He has a 5.5 point lead over Tom Stoltman. He has a 10.5 point lead over Alexi. Well, that's like I said. You guys basically know who the first two are. Um, Mitchell Hooper can do no worse than second. He can't finish worse than second. So it's basically. I know people tune in at different times. I don't mind repeating myself, but I do feel not to apologize to repeat myself. Instead, I feel like I have to apologize to people who may have heard me say something multiple times and think it's redundant. I'm sorry. We just got to deal with it, guys. People pop in and out. So if you feel this is redundant, I'm sorry. But basically, what we're looking at is Mitchell Hooper is going to win this thing. Again, he may not. Maybe he falls. Maybe something goes wrong. Maybe Tom does what Tom does is enough to get 10 points here. Mitchell does terrible, and Mitchell gets second. He can do no worse than second. The worst that Mitchell Hooper can finish is second, but he's probably going to win it. So what you're essentially looking at is Mitchell Hooper wins. Tom Stoltman is in second. What's really up in the air is the third place position. Who will be on the podium with Mitchell Hooper and Tom Stoltman? That's really sort of what we're waiting to find out, is to who takes bronze. Evan is a good pick for third place. He's typically better at stones than Alexei Novikov, and he's only a half a point behind him. But Trey Mitchell is a possibility as well. It's true that he is 2 points behind Evan and 2.5 behind Alexei. But Trey Mitchell is the elite of the elite of the elite when it comes to stones. I can see him picking up more than 2 positions on Evan. I'm not saying he will. It may be they might. I mean, I think Trey Mitchell's going to do better than Evan Singleton. I do think that. The question is how many positions will there be between Trey Mitchell and Evan Singleton? Maybe none. Maybe Evan is right behind Trey, and if so, that's great. That'll probably be the victory for him. But any of those guys could be there. Alexei, Evan, Trey, they're still very much alive. Those three guys are all alive for that bronze position. Um, and it's weird. It's weird because the guy who is on top of there right now, Alexei, is the guy that I actually think has the worst chance of finishing there because that lead is just so slim. So I had picked, or my thought was Mitchell Hooper, Alexei Novikov, and probably Tom Stoltman. Instead, the guy I thought was going to be in second, Alexei, is probably not going to be on the podium at all. Probably he might, but I'm kind of betting against him at this point. So the guy I thought was going to be third, he's going to pop up. The guy I thought was going to be second is probably going to fall off the podium, and it's just a matter of who's going to be on that podium, the T-Rex or the Big Tex. So while we're waiting, the 2022 World's Strongest Man was won by Tom. Martin Licis finished second, and Alexei Novikov took third last year. Some of you guys got to meet me then because we did this same thing last year. The year before, Tom Stoltman won again, or I guess the first time really. Brian Shaw finished second in that contest, and Maxime Boudreau finished third in 2021. In 2020, Alexei was first, Tom was the bridesmaid, and JF Caron, and we're all looking forward to JF coming back, and good luck to him, was the third place finisher. In 2019, Martins Licis was your winner, and that's as far back as we're going to go. So that's just a look back at your winners of the last few competitions. But again, if we go back to the 2022 World's Strongest Man, we sort the Alat stones by points again here. Maxime Boudreau did great in the Atlas Stones last year. I was actually very surprised by his performance there and gave him great props on how he did in the Atlas Stones. Trey Mitchell, you can see that he did better than Brian Shaw last year by a significant margin. He bested Brian Shaw by 6 seconds. So we talk about how the Stones are clearly Tom Stoltman usually, and we say Brian Shaw. And I always say I put Trey Mitchell in this group with them as well. But it's possible that you could make an argument, a very, very compelling argument, that Trey Mitchell has surpassed Brian Shaw in the Stones. And Trey Mitchell continues to improve in the stones. You see it at all kinds of competitions. So, um, I think Tom is king of the stones. It is what it is. Tom is king of the stones. But if you told me it was impossible for Trey Mitchell to win the stones, I would say no, it's not impossible. Trey Mitchell is very, very, very good at the stones. This is it. We have the Atlas stones left, and that's it. What do I think Prime Thor would do? Well, Prime Thor was super impressive, right? Prime Thor was crazy impressive. But you know who else was crazy impressive? This kid named Mitchell Hooper. So, how do I think Prime Thor would do this year? Well, same way Prime Thor did every year. Very, very competitive among the top. You know, he would be near the top. The question is, what does near the top mean? Would Prime Thor have been at the top of the leaderboard? Would he have been in second? Would he have been third? Would he have been fourth? You know, this has been a tight, 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 tight contest. I don't know. Prime Thor might win it, or he might be in contention. Yes, Tom can still win overall. I do believe in speaking about likelihood and things of that nature. Tom can still win. He's the only other person other than Mitchell Hooper who can win. Tom is the only other guy who's not named Mitchell Hooper who can win. But he's probably not going to. He's down by 5.5 points. That is a huge deficit. We're not counting Tom out. If you say that Tom wins, it's not about counting Tom out if you're saying that Tom doesn't win. You're not counting Tom out by saying he doesn't. You're counting Mitchell Hooper out. And not only counting Mitchell Hooper out, you're basically dismissing him and throwing him away. He has a 5.5 point cushion. We're not talking about 1 or 2 points. We're talking about half the pack. Right here, Alto. This is where you watch it. This is as good as it gets. You watch World's Strongest Man right here. Crazy mofo. Jace, I'd like to mention also Mitchell Hooper earlier this year in Australia max zone lift was 200 kg. Yeah, I'm not saying that he can't win with 4 at all. I was just saying as people were worried a lot about times, and that's understandable. It's a timed event. But I was just saying that if we use last year's World Strongest Man, which I'm not saying we should. In fact, I said we shouldn't. But everybody's talking about ifs. If we use last year's World's Strongest Man as a litmus test, as a barometer, I'm basically saying that if he gets 5 stones, it probably doesn't matter what time. He could use the entire time. He could use every single, hundredth of a second there that's available. And in theory, it should be enough. Man, okay. Let's see here. I'm starting to fall behind. Let me try to get back up again. I'm falling behind. Let's see. Where to watch? Okay, sure was 2/3 at the pack because he needs to finish 6 back out of 9 to lose. I say like the 2 top athletes, both of them are the same reason disrespect towards others' efforts, disrespect towards certain competitors. Our man will be back with a vengeance not only next year. I just want to ask a question. I'm actually 5 feet 7 inches tall, and I really like to become. Do you think I could stand a chance against those tall guys? I never like to tell people they can't stand a chance. Um, I will tell you this: I compete. 5'7" is like a giant to me. 5'7" is a giant. Man, if I was 5'7", I think, man, I could have done some impressive stuff. Uh, Here's the fact: your height will be a disadvantage to you in many instances. There are events that favor us shorter fellas. They're few and far between. Um, Now, when you said you want to compete, well, I asked what level do you want to compete at? And I'm not saying you can't compete. Maybe you are a short future Mitchell Hooper. Maybe you're going to come out and do things that make Mitchell Hooper look pathetic. I'm never going to tell someone who and what is possible or who they are or what your limits are. And that's something I would say to you too. My encouragement to you would be don't trust me. Don't trust anyone else. Don't let someone tell you what you're capable of. You decide what you're capable of. Your height will put you at a disadvantage. Disadvantage doesn't mean you can't accomplish things. Obstacles are only as large of an obstacle as you allow them to be. It's up to you. It's not up to me. It's not up to anyone else. It's up to you. How tall are you, Jace? Everybody's favorite answer to that question. I'm not. How tall am I? I'm not. I bench over 400. And it's definitely my best lift. What's weird is everybody always wants to know that, and it's what I'm best at. So you would think I talk about it a lot and brag about it. It's the lift I least carry. It's the lift that I least care about. It's what I'm best at, and I care the least about it because I actually think it is the least practical of most of the lifts that we do in the gym. I just don't see its practical use in real life that much. It's a total gym bro lift. It's a way to brag, but I don't really see what it does for us that much. And it pains me to say that because I'm really good at it. Where am I getting the results? Right up here at the top of the screen, which you can't see. I'm moving my cursor around. Strongman Archives. It's just phenomenally the best site you can go to. I mean, it's just a phenomenal site. I'll put the link in the chat. Strongman Archives is just a tremendous resource. What is my overhead press? Yeah, I think I've been asked this a few times. Not this week. It was asked more last year. Maybe I answered this year. I'm not sure. Um, I don't want to dodge the question. Here's the answer. I don't really know. I don't really know what my overhead press is. I haven't I haven't done that with really heavy weights in quite some time. It's been a long time since I pressed a lot of weight over my head. I do a lot of overhead pressing, but I don't get very heavy doing it anymore. I'm timid and scared for lots of reasons. My shoulders are trash. They are trash. And a lot of it goes back to the injury you guys heard about last year, just being a kid and dropping that freaking bar on my head. Dang near killed myself. Now, of course, I did a lot of lifting over that after that, but that's always in the back of my mind. I do not get under a barbell without remembering that injury in that day. You can even heard my voice crack thinking about it there. It and that's not good. It's very hard to compete when your mind is like that. Um, I need to get over that. I just don't know how. So I don't really know what I would press over my head these days. No, I have never competed on anything in a national or on a national level or anything. My competitions have been wimpy regional things, where you're probably talking about guys coming from maybe 100 miles away at most, little bitty local events. And I didn't do that well at those. I've never come on here and tried to brag on myself or blow myself up. I'm not that good. I have competed. That doesn't mean I competed well. I did not. I'm a strong guy. I'm a really strong little guy. Um, but for me, it's more fun than it is about bragging or performance or anything like that. It's just fun. Let's see here. Let me get caught up again. Brick press. Let me ask you a question about that, Thomas. Um, are we doing a standing military press or can we be seated? I'm 6'4". I don't see myself being able to compete due to my spine. Height matters, but even at 5'7", you'd be too strong, man. It's just what happened to the Barco behind and that made him out? I'm not sure what the. Any tips to increase the bench press? My tip to increase the bench is my same tip to increase anything. Train. Train. Now, I will tell you that I have done something, and it's not just bench. I do this with a lot of stuff, but um, because I am a good bench presser, and because I do outbench most people, especially people who are my size or weight, um, if I gave you any kind of tip, and this may not work for you, I think it works for me. Maybe it doesn't, but if I gave you any tip, it would be to bench twice a week. Most people only bench once a week. Um, Most people only lift any one major thing once a week. I do most major lifts that I care about twice a week. Overtraining is a real thing. It is definitely a real thing. It is definitely a real thing. I also think most people worry about it way too much. And I think large, major muscle groups can handle a couple loads per week and still have plenty of time for recovery. I'd recommend if you want to add to your bench, if you're not, and you probably aren't because most people don't, start benching twice a week. Do it for about 3 to 4 months and see what happens. I usually use a Smith machine or even regular machines. My gym, we've got a lot of both free weights and a lot of machines. And luckily, our stacks at my gym are pretty heavy. So, I will go out and just use a regular machine so that I don't have to worry about anything hitting this. um, but I will use the Smith machine to push stuff overhead for sure. For sure. Strongman Archives is awesome. I think it is far and away the best site to go to for strongman content if you're talking about data. I mean, if you just want to follow people you like or training tips or stuff, you're not going to get that there. But if you like data, Strongman Archives is it's awesome. What happened if you don't want to talk about it? You don't have to. I think this is still a question about the what. I think Dominic is still asking about my injury. So it I don't mind talking about it. I just don't like thinking about it. All the way back in high school, um, that's when I got. I mean, I started lifting pretty young, but I got serious in high school because it turned out that I had a natural ability for it. I was really, really good at it. I was a little bitty guy. I'm still a little bitty this way, right? But I was also a little bitty this way. And I was outlifting everybody. And I thought, I was never really much good at stuff. Was in wheelchairs for the first parts of my life, then leg braces, didn't really get to take part in athletics. And it was kind of nice to find that I could do something and not only do something, but do something pretty good. So I liked it and I did it. long story short, my senior year, um, I was inside the squat rack, was doing cleans and jerks, and my shoulder dislocated when the bar was above. And of course, when your shoulder dislocates, you don't hold the bar anymore. So it came crashing down on me, and I dropped the bar on my head, and it knocked me unconscious. And fortunately, I was in the squat rack because I fell and the squat rack caught the bar. Otherwise, no telling what would have happened. Here's what we'll do, banana hammock. Let's do this. Let's do this. Let's do it like this, banana hammock. Boom, boom, boom. Okay, we're going to go like this. Yes, Tom can win, but it's not impossible, but it's near impossible. Um, let's do it like this. Um, let's do it like this. Go here, we'll go here. We'll add a little bit of text here. Boom, boom, boom. We'll do it like that. I don't think there's really enough time left in the event or the day for my subscriber count to really grow. But I will take the advice. I will put this in here. We'll go like this here. We'll go like this. We will go like this. We'll go here. We'll go like this. We'll go here. How about that, banana hammock? Well, look, it's going up already. I should have listened to him all along. Then I'll have to make another graphic that says 700. Man, banana hammock is smart, smart, smart. Look at it. If I'd have done this earlier in the week, I might have like 20,000 by now. I don't think I want to set the goal too high because it's close enough. I think people now and instinctively everybody wants to be the person that pushes you over the goal. So I'll just have to keep changing the goal. I'll just have to redo the image. If we make it 1,000, nobody will subscribe. They'll be like, it was too far away. Once they hit 600, there we go. I'll change it to like 650 or oh there goes 599. See, I knew that was gonna happen. Some joker out there. Some joker. Hardy har har. Ugh. It's fair. I've had enough of me too, to be honest. It's easy to have had enough of me. I don't blame anybody for having that opinion. I'm sick of me. Boom, 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 boom. Uh, there we go. You need something, my brother? Huh? Not right now, but I'm doing something. I sent you a text like 2 hours ago. All right. So now what we have to do is click here, and then we gotta go like here, 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 here. Boom. Looky there. Thank you, bud. Either do you want out of here? Hold on. Hold on. Yay! Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Oh boy. Guess what I could do. Hmm. Yeah, I guess I could do. I got an idea. I keep thinking of new ideas. Next. Over here. Um, Now I don't have to make an image every time. I can just change the number dynamically. That'll be great. I had to make the image earlier. That took a lot of time. So now I don't have to do that. All right, great, beautiful. I'm tired of playing with stuff now. All I really care about is the stream and the content and talking. I'm tired of playing with graphics and real estate space on the screen and all that stuff. It's boring to me right now. Okay, anyway, what we really need to do is throw out some questions here. Blackbeard is from South Carolina. I don't know. I don't know. I know who Blackbeard is, but I don't know where he's from. I also know he's not as famous as One Eyed Willie. I would assume that Blackbeard is not from South Carolina because I would have thought, he was sailing the seas and causing pillaging and plundering long before South Carolina was a thing. But, um, you know. Boop, boop, boop. Where's Simon Dean at? I feel like Simon needs to make an appearance again. One Eyed Willie is pretty famous. With a body weight of 210 pounds, I pulled a truck in 35 seconds. There's a lot of information that we don't have there, Benjamin Peters. There's a tremendous amount of information that we don't have there. Stupid elbow. Who did um what's that country music star? Joe Diffie. Joe Diffie pulled a truck at age 3 too. Hauled a Barbie doll bed for the girl next door. She tried to pay him with a kiss, and that's when he began to understand there's something women like about a pickup man, I believe. I've got that stupid song played in my head. You can set my truck on fire and roll it down a hill, and I still wouldn't trade it for a Coupe de Ville. Doesn't sound like I'm as excited about that song as I am about these events usually, right? I get way more animated about this stuff than that stuff. Either way, it's just a bunch of stuff. Probably had my first injury well before age 3, so I'm gonna say nothing. Nothing. I will say nothing. I feel like I put that in there, that in there. That should go in here. Is there going to be any more questions? I feel like I need a question. I need a question. I need a question, people. Ask me a question. Remarkable. And the events past 5 days. Evan Single Brains isn't injured yet. Well, I hope he doesn't get injured in the last event. I hope he doesn't get injured at all. I hope none of these guys ever get injured. And I I really don't want Evan to get injured. If we're going to do this cage match or this last man standing match or whatever, I want him to come at his best. I want him at his best. I don't want there to be any excuses when I close the casket lid. or when I drop the elbow off the top of the ladder. I don't want there to be any excuses. When's the next top strongman competition? What times does the stones start? Hopefully soon. I don't know when they start. When's the next? What do we consider top strongman competition? Do you mean like international scale, or what do you mean? The next, as I look at the upcoming contests, um, the Strongman Classic Finland is on May 6th. The Strongman Classic Serbia is May 20th. The Strongman Classic Holland is June 17th. The Giants Live Strongman Classic, that'd probably be the next one that I would think of, really. The next Giants Live would be July 8th. That's the Giants Live Strongman Classic. And then the next one that people might want to know about might be North America's Strongest Man, and that will be July 16th. You can actually get that information on Strongman Archives as well. If you go to the homepage, there will be a link at the top, which is covered by our beach here right now, so you guys can't see it. But if you go to Strongman Classic or Strongman Archives, you'll see at the top there'll be a contest link, and if you click that, one of them will say upcoming contest, which again you can't see because it's covered up by our beach. But in the upcoming contest, you can actually take a peek at what is on the horizon. Matter of fact, let me share this link with you guys. If you're fans of the sport, maybe you'll want this. Or maybe you can actually even look at this and say, oh, Jace, cover the following event. Maybe you guys will look at that link, and then you can tell me which events you want me to cover most. I haven't drank a whole lot today, to be honest. I've noticed that you are very, very, very observant, white chocolate. Oh, I'm totally not going back to discuss anything Thor or Eddie from 2016 or 2017 or anything else. I I'm gonna leave the past in the past. I think it's kind of ridiculous that that turned into a multi-year war. Are you talking about Strongman Archives? There's a tremendous amount of information about the athletes. It just depends on what information you want to know. It's all contest related. If you want, personal biographies and where they grew up, how many kids they have, or what color their pets are, and stuff like that. I'm not gonna have that. You need to follow them on social media. Um, but if you want to know like what events they're good at and winning percentages and all kinds of stuff, there's a wealth of information about the athletes there. It's just strongman contest related. So there's a guy here waving this around. It almost looks like he's saying, "Hey, I've got tickets. I've got tickets to this free event that you don't need any tickets for. I've got tickets." You can't really see him on your screen now. He's kind of game now, and I'm sure that's not what's in his hand, but it almost looks like he's going, "Tickets. Got 2 tickets. If you want tickets to this free event that there's no charge for, I got your tickets." That's kind of how it looks. When do we get the first day in the life of a strongman? When you start training. Um, I'm not the right person to make that. Let let's build this channel to where people care about who I am, and by people I mean the pro athletes. Let's build this to where they want to sit down and talk with me, and then I'll sit down and I'll do a lot of interviews, and I'll ask questions that other people won't. Interesting questions, controversial questions, challenging questions. I will ask all kinds of stuff. It won't be the same boring stuff that you get every time. But first, they need a reason to sit down with me. The rat Simon is back. All right. I didn't even see it going on there. So yeah, this view is going to be kind of worthless. Four and 49.50. Yeah, I didn't see it at all on that little screen. It's a good thing we have our spreadsheet. Well, that's what we're trying to do, Zila. This should be right here on your screen. This should be the Atlas stones. Um, but they just did the first guy. He competed. I didn't see it at all. So this is the best view we're gonna get, at least live for everybody. Unless you've got a hookup and a connection on site there that wants to FaceTime you or something of that nature. This is about the best we're gonna get, and it proved useless for Matthew Ragg's run. Guy's got a nice limp there. That looks like me walking across the sand. He's gonna have to talk to me offline, and then if he goes to events that don't go to, I'm gonna give him some tech training, and we're gonna teach him to send me his stream so that I can import it into the my broadcast software. Big yawn, big yawn, big yawn. Do 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 do. Come and walk. What was I getting ready to say? I was gonna say come and walk on our door, not come and knock on our door. Come and walk on our door because you can walk on walls. I think at this point our beef is really with ESPN as much as it is with World's Strongest Man. I don't know why they couldn't do this in the streaming age on ESPN Plus. Yes, uh, yes, it may not be the most TV friendly format this way, but the great thing about streaming is there's nothing stopping them from having all kinds of content between the events if they wanted to just go live like these long marathon sessions I do, but they don't have to. You could easily just queue stuff up 5 to 10 minutes before on ESPN Plus and give rough estimate titles and let people do it. I don't know why. It seems to me like this event is tailor made for ESPN Plus. Can Tom still win? Yes. What are his chances? Very, very slim. The first two positions are pretty much sewn up. I say pretty much because strange things happen in the world of sport all the time. But for all intents and purposes, your winner is Mitchell Hooper. Your second place guy is Tom Stoltman. And then the third place is what we're waiting to find out. Good luck on that. I don't know how you can avoid spoilers for week. I'm a huge MMA fan too, and if I don't watch them live, I usually can't avoid spoilers for like 35 seconds. I try hard not to get information, and I can't seem to avoid information. In recent times, Hooper has done very, very, very good at stones. So Brian only got 4 stones. So that means earlier we were saying, is Brian going to go all out and give it everything he's got on the final events? Um, it's hard to believe that he did. We do have to keep in mind that Rauno made Brian do uh, that heaviest stone the other day in the qualifiers like 6 or 7 times. Um, so that we know they can get it up. That's not a question. So either he didn't care, he's spent, he's ready to call it quits and go home. I don't know, or he's just who knows. Yes. Since no one has done 5 stones, that's basically what it means. If Mitchell Hooper did a fifth stone, and this is what I was talking about before the event ever started, that's a guaranteed world's strongest man victory for him. But he didn't have to do that. Really, he could do 4 stones in faster than 35.88. He knows exactly what he has to do to win now. He doesn't have to do 5. He probably will if he can, and he'll probably go for a big mark. But really, with Brian not getting the fifth stone, we now know exactly what's at stake. The mark for Mitchell Hooper is right there on the screen. Mitchell needs 4 stones or more in better than 35.88 seconds. If Mitchell can do 4 stones faster than 35.8 seconds, he's your 2023 World's Strongest Man. How many World's Strongest Man titles does Hooper have? 0 for about the next 20 minutes or so. 1 soon. Is all the hate this Tom W. I'll need you to expound on your question more because I don't know what you're actually asking. Is all the hate this year is getting justified? Is all the hate who or what is getting this year? All the hate World's Strongest Man getting? All the hate someone is getting? I don't know. No, this is Hooper's second finals event. Last year, World's Strongest Man was essentially the guy's first competition. It was his first pro competition. And he came out there, won the qualifiers, finished 6th in the world overall. He kind of faltered in the finals, but I didn't fault him for it. I was still super, super impressed. He just hadn't done any of the stuff. He had no experience, didn't know what to expect. So he went away from World's Strongest Man and competed and learned how to do things, had a phenomenal year, and now he's back this year knowing what he's doing and killing it. And then for those listening in too, um, the fingers are 10 kilograms heavier this year than they were last year. So the 5 stones, I'll highlight it on the screen for you. They range in weight from 150 kilograms to 210 kilograms. Last year in 2022, they were from 140 to 200. So they've all increased 10 kilograms in weight this year. Just for inquiring minds who are still with us, just a little tidbit of information. I don't really think this year has been any worse than any other recent year, other than the fact that weather. It's kind of hard to blame the weather on Colin or WSM as an organization. Now, I don't think they handled some of that the best. I think they were waiting around and not really taking advantage of the breaks in weather when they could have. But I don't really think they've handled 2023 any worse than they have any other year. It just the bottom line is WSM needs an overhaul. They have to get away from this terrible broadcasting deal, or AKA restrictions that they have. It badly needs a facelift. It needs a lot of things done differently. But I don't think this year has been any worse than any recent year. Again, most of the delays are weather related. You can't really fault them for that. Attendee experience, that's part of every year. That's just it. It's just not good for that. And I don't agree that the event selection has been poor. I don't agree that I don't tell anyone what opinion to have. And if you think it's a bad selection of events, Sean, that's completely within your rights. Your opinion is completely valid. I don't agree. I think this has been a very, very good selection of events in 2023. Atlas Stones is currently taking place right now. I don't really have any problem with two max events and a six event final. I don't have any problem with that. But I've already told you guys how I feel about things like races and endurance events and things like that. I do think they belong in strongman. Uh, it's the world's strongest man, and strength shows different things. It's not the world's statically strong man. It's not the world's one rep max man. And I do believe, and I know different people have different opinions and they feel differently. And again, like I said, those opinions are valid. But I do believe that speed under load and endurance under load is very, very, very much a testament of strength. No, Jamie, I would have liked to see a group event there, Paolo. I always love group events. I do think that they have had a few events, specifically like the shield carry and stuff, where it really does test an athlete's pain. And I think that is again another testament of strength is how much pain can you endure while going through these? And that's one of the things that I think grip events do is they really test that pain threshold. How long will your strength hold out when you don't want it to hold anymore? Perhaps you could, but it's that willpower. It's there's more left in me, maybe. Which gives first, this or the body? And I do think grip shows a lot of that in addition to just showing grip strength. But I also think the shield carry probably did that as well. Let's see. What am I missing? What am I missing? What am I missing? Trying to tell the line pocket is Tom is the kill stones. We just. We now have our first time for 5 stones. Trey Mitchell puts up the mark to beat 5 and 45.72. Pavlo did not improve on the 4, so it still means the exact same thing for Mitchell Hooper. If we're talking about, the winner, nothing has changed from what it was before, and it's not going to change really. So uh, the only way it would change is if someone doesn't get 5, they get 4, and they get it in a faster time than Brian Shaw. 4 and faster than 35.88 is the only thing that changes what is required of Mitchell Hooper. As of right now, that's what it is for Mitchell. Mitchell has to do 4 stones faster than Brian Shaw. He said he wasn't going to return to Strongman until after he set the powerlifting world record anyway, which I think was a pipe dream, to be honest. Uh, and I don't think he was going to do that. I think it's even less likely now. That doesn't mean he won't come back to Strongman, but it does mean that he's not doing it under the conditions that he set forth for himself. And if he does, let's say he goes on, he comes back, he recovers, he does the unthinkable. I'm wrong. He sets powerlifting world records. By that point, I feel like he's old enough at that point that returning to strongman kind of puts him in the same thing at that point that it's like that it's we're talking about Brian again. People go, oh, is Thor doing this bad because of his, what do you think it is? What's wrong with? Um, I think the Thor. The bottom line is, I think the Thor ship has sailed. No, Sandman, it's not easier. It's not easier because the time it doesn't change. It's not easier, it's not harder. Nothing has changed. He needed to do 4 faster than 35.88 before that. He still needs to do 4 faster than 35.88. I think. Maybe I'm wrong. I guess I am wrong. I guess I am wrong. Uh, he needs 4. Yeah, you're right. You're right, Sandman. You're right. He needs 4 faster than 45.86. You're right. I stand corrected. He needs 4 faster than Pavlo as of now. I know people just complain about a lot of stuff, but I think it is pretty hard to make an argument that it was rigged for Tom. I mean, if they had gone heads up, it's completely, Bobby would be there and younger brother Luke wouldn't. But Tom would have been there and qualified higher than Bobby. But I think Bobby Thompson, my heart is broken for him still. But I think if you look at Group 1 and the qualifiers, it makes it hard to say that it was quote unquote rigged for Tom. I mean, you can make a very, 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 very compelling argument that he was in the toughest group. He had his work cut out to get there, and he finished third in points overall if they had gone heads up. Not necessarily in points. If they'd gone heads up, it would be in points. But if you look at their performances, he had the third best qualifier, and he's had a good final. And yeah, I mean, he has performed well. You feel like the 1 point Tom gave away at the Shield will cost him? I feel like it would. Yeah, seems very unlikely, especially as more results keep coming in. Neither Alexi nor Evan got 5 stones. We'll see what these times are. So far, it's looking like it's getting easier and easier and easier for Mitchell Hooper to claim a victory, not harder. Evan with 4 and 28.16. Alexi with 4 and 27.47. So they're both faster. All right. So 10 points for Trey Mitchell, 9 points for Alexi, 8 points for Evan, 7 points for Brian. Yeah, it's still the same thing. Basically, Hooper has to beat Pavlo. Hooper has to complete 4 stones faster than Pavlo Koriaka, and he is your 2023 World Strongman Champion. But wow, oh wow. So far, only one man has got the fifth stone. And it all comes down to this, boys and girls. It all comes down to this. And Mitchell Hooper put 4 stones on the podium in a time faster than 45.86 seconds. All 5. You guys are listening to the webcam. I don't have the webcam audio on because I'm streaming to you guys. What's the time? What's the time? I got the cam audio on now. You guys can't hear it, but I don't hear a time. What was the time? Did they post it yet? No. See you, Sean. Ta ta. There's the time. Mitchell Hooper 5 and 36.96. So what that means is that 1 point that quote unquote Tom gave away would not have mattered at all. Mitchell Hooper crushed it. So Tom Stoltman takes your stones. Mitchell Hooper gets second. Trey Mitchell gets third. They are the only three athletes to get all 5 stones. Alexi got 4 in your fastest time. Then Evan, then Brian, then Pavlo, then Luke, then Rag, then Schoonwinkle. That means Alexi protected his third place position since he finished ahead of Evan. And that was all he had to really worry about there was Evan passing him and too many people passing between. Since he beat Evan, it's mathematics. It doesn't matter. So your 2023 World's Strongest Man is Mitchell Hooper, the first Canadian World's Strongest Man ever. Tom Stoltman, the two-time defending champion, has to settle for silver, and Alexei Novikov has to take the bronze. Trey Mitchell and Evan Singleton tie with 39.5 points, which means by virtue of the tie and a better performance in the stones, Trey Mitchell best Evan Singleton, and those two were kind of battling all week long. So the two Americans at each other's throats there. Big Brian Shaw finishes 7th in his final World's Strongest Man ever. So that's how we wound up. Hooper, Stoltman, Tom, Alexei Novikov, Trey Mitchell, Evan Singleton, the T-Rex is in your top 5. Pavel Kordiakis 6, Brian Shaw 7, Luke Stoltman 8, Matthew Rag 9, and Jaco Schoonwinkle finishes in 10th place after withdrawing after 1 day of finals competition. That has been it for your live coverage of the 2023 World's Strongest Man. I will bring you another video tonight for a complete recap of the week. If those of you who didn't see all week are curious. And we'll be having some more content in the next couple days. I'll see you guys all next year, of course. I hope to see you guys throughout this year as well. Be safe, and I'll talk to you guys later. Bye now.